So hello and welcome, I'm Arumba. Thank you for joining me. We're playing M&T 2.0 as Provence. It's the year 1428, and I just kind of did a summary for Twitch viewers, but also, yeah, we're going to play some more. Right after the end of the Dividari stream, I looked around a bit, and we're going to try to become the Emperor, try to steal some money from Venice, try to continue to grow, and have a good time. I did notice, and I learned a little bit more, talking to Sunwoo and to name Malorn. So I was trying to figure out, like, okay, how do I figure out what the population wants to be or should be? And turns out you need to spend a lot more time interacting with the province. So you go like D, examine province detail, population data. And so, for example, looking at Proenza, my capital, we can see right now the urban population is 50,950. The rural population is 149,820. Last year, rural grew by 1,500. So notice how we have exactly 14 rural. It rounds down to the nearest 10,000. So that means that next calculation, we're probably going to go from 14 to 15. That's just something to be aware of. That's kind of cool. You can see your progress and stuff. Rural saturation and urban saturation tell you like how close you are to the amount that they want. Urban gravity basically says, I want to have 60,000 population. So if you do the math, 50,950, I'll just do the math. 50,950 divided by 60,490 is 84.228. 84.2. So 84. It's just taking this as a fraction of this and then telling you how close you are to that level. Now, when you get saturated, that doesn't mean that the province stops growing. You'll still grow. For example, if we go look at a different province, here we can see that we have 102.1% rural saturation and 105.8% urban saturation. So even though we've exceeded the urban gravity of this province, it is still going to grow, but it just starts to grow much slower. Looks like we might also gain some rural population in this province next year. I kind of wish that it was easier though. Like I want to see this screen and just be able to go like click, change, instead of having to go, you know, open this thing up, examine political or whatever, but it works. So anyway, why is that important? Well, I was learning more about buildings and stuff and trying to figure out like, you know, do I want to build roads? Do I want to build more forts? Like what should I be saving up my money for? And when I was doing that, I was noticing that in the province of Liguria, we have this massive urban gravity of 7.8. And we should theoretically be able to have a huge urban population here, which we do. We've got 8. There's no rural saturation here. Sorry, we're quite saturated on rural, which I find interesting. I wanted to figure out, I don't actually know what determines rural population limit. But anyway, why is urban population in Liguria important? Well, we don't have a workshop here. Turns out when we conquered this land, we burnt it down. So it kind of was bad, actually, in hindsight. Like, I was so excited because we attacked Genoa, we burnt all this stuff down, got tons of money, and then I was able to build a workshop in my capital. Turns out, I wasted a shit ton of money because if I just not burned it down, we would have had one here, and to replace it's 867 ducats. I spent like 400 to build mine at the cost of one that's going to cost me 800. So anyway, we need to build a workshop in Liguria. Why? Because we have 8 urban population here doing freaking nothing. Oh, the AI chose to abandon the Union. I didn't realize that they got a pop-up to choose. So we have 8 urban population here. And the urban population, well, what does it do? Urban population represents the city and town dwellers of your province, each unit representing 10,000. The larger the population, the larger the city. It does stuff and things. So we can see urban population of this province with each provides the following. Trade power, that's cool. Tax income, decent. But more importantly, what you're supposed to get out of your urban pops is this thing from the workshop. The first 4 urban pops in this province will produce 1 urban production power each, and all subsequent urban pops will grant plus 0.25. Since we don't have a workshop, that means that they're not making any urban goods. And we should be right now making 4 from the first 4, and then an extra 1 from the next 4. So we should be making 5 urban goods in this province. Sorry, 5 times point. No, 5. 5. We should be making 5 urban goods right now. And we're not making anything. Whereas you go to like our capital and you can see we are making urban goods. Right Where are you? I know you're in here. Right there, mundane urban goods. So it says mundane urban goods, and then in parentheses, the number 4. That represents that we're getting 4 from our urban population. Remember, the workshop provides us with up to 1 for the first 4, and then 0.25 for the 5th. So 4.25 urban goods produced gets rounded down to 4. I don't know if it rounds up at the halfway mark, or if it's just going to floor it. My guess is that it's going to floor it down to the next lowest integer. But anyway, we need money to build that. That's why I want to go to war with Venice. But then, that begs the question, I'm all like, oh my god, we gotta burn down all of his stuff. Maybe we should just conquer it. You know, maybe we should just not do that. Because he's got a workshop here already. Maybe that should be the game plan. I'm not sure. So, I'm thinking probably, I've actually come full circle. The first couple times I played, I was like, oh man, raiding, we should loot at maximum speed, it's so good. And now I'm thinking maybe we should just always do the bare minimum and just never burn things down, because it's so freaking stupidly expensive to build anything in this game that, there we go. So, anyway, let's go ahead and unpause. It's already been like 10 minutes, right? Yes, basically you're right, yes. Don't burn stuff down that you plan on conquering. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. Which, to be fair, is really no different than vanilla. Why are urban goods important? Well, urban goods, they provide trade value. So trade value goes into this number here. So take like our capital, for example. Our capital has a local good called wine. The price of the wine is currently at 0.85 based on math and numbers and whatever. I guess it's the base price. And when we hover over trade value, goods produced is going to generate goods based on the stuff. We get 1.9 base goods produced, which multiplies by the trade value, which gets added to the trade value of the province. So 0.85, local goods produced 1.91, multiply that all together, and then you'll see down there at the bottom it says mundane urban goods plus 0.8. So urban production gets added directly to trade value, which then gets collected via trade. So it's money, basically. Now, it goes a step further, though. We're making mundane urban goods. If we look at the province detail, we check out the economic, I think it was, we have this value here called urban production skill. I have no idea how this works yet, but my understanding is that, I don't know, the longer we produce or the better we produce or something is going to raise our production skill, and eventually we're going to stop making mundane goods and we're going to start making better goods. So it pays to invest. All right, I said we were going to unpause. It's time to unpause. Does trade value also go to goods produced? I don't think so. The goods produced is our local regional thing. So I think what you're looking for is something that I would have liked to see as well, which is that the urban goods affect your production income, but they don't. So this is the monthly production income of the province. It will generate a yearly income of 5.44. Trade value 0.26. Oh wait, no, it does. It does. It definitely does. I'm mistaken. Because it's using the trade value, not the goods produced. So we take our total trade value of 3.2. 3.2 divided by 12 is 12 months. That gives us a base production income of 0.266. And then we get production efficiency, taking our production income to 0.45, modified by autonomy, etc., etc. So, yes. Awesome. So urban goods provide not only trade income, but also production income for the province. So super, super good. Urban goods also increase local wealth in the province. You can see it in the economic tab. All right, let's take a look. From here, you can investigate a wide range of details pertaining to the local economy of Provenza. So, urban wealth generated from production, 2.688. Urban wealth generated from trade. Urban wealth generated from population. So every year, we're gaining wealth, which then gets added to this loot pool, or this wealth pool, which is this guy, local wealth, which directly increases tax income. So the bigger the pile of ducats gets, the more money you make, which is interesting. It's like a cyclical, repetitive type thing. You just make more and more and more. John of Gaunt, thank you for your subscription using Twitch Prime. And yeah, so we want to protect our country and do stuff and things. It'll be good. Yeah, we had another plague last night. I totally ignored it because it just happened so quickly. I don't think it's still currently active on the map, but there was already a second plague. They seem to be relatively frequent. Beep beep poo poo hee hee. Thanks for the sub. Alright, I have to actually unpause the game now. Also, that local wealth is used to build buildings by the province AI when it's high enough. Ah, so you're telling me that they're going to spend that money? Like, they're going to just take the local wealth and then turn it into a building? So eventually I'm going to lose the tax income modifier from it? Well, that actually kind of makes sense, though, because you're basically earning interest on the money as it's just sitting there. Okay, that's fine. I thought the estates built the buildings. I didn't think that the local wealth affected anything. I assumed that it was just kind of accrued, and then the bigger it got, the bigger it was, and the estates would make more money because they're getting some percentage of the autonomy value of the, the province. Maybe I'm mistaken, I don't know. Now people in Twitch chat seem to be disagreeing. Buildings increase the infrastructure? Yes. Yeah, that's a separate thing altogether. That's the ducats of urban infrastructure. Veiled criticism of the church. So, religious controversy for a few years. Lose papal influence. I remember I, for some reason, decided I wanted to become the Curia controller. And that is fine. Honestly, I'm fine with staying a good Catholic for the moment. I'd kind of like to become more secular. Right now, we're currently at... This slider could really be improved, but we have 1.5% morale of armies out of a maximum of 15, so I guess we're 10% in this direction. -10 for having a philosopher or natural scientist. Gladly hire one of those. Ooh, construction costs -10%. That could be useful. So how are we looking on this whole Emperor thing? We got -10 support from Bohemia. We've got -6 from Trier. I started, before loading the game up, I sent diplomats off to each of these three, so we're improving with Brandenburg and these other two. So these two will come into supporting me pretty soon, I think, but Brandenburg's going to take a little bit more effort. We're actually pretty damn good at improving relations right now, 5 per month. I really want to try to get these guys to be much, much, much more happy. I think I also sunk like 50 ducats into the endowment. And actually, do you guys know? You guys know if the court, is the court definitely the same or is it not? Do they spend 5% of their court wealth every year just like the endowment, or is it a different mechanic? Is it 10%? Is it variable? I would love to know for sure. Yeah, for whatever reason, in this case, Korokan, Paradox rounds up. 4.04 does round up to 5. I didn't misspeak, that is correct. 4.04 is 5. Until it's less than 4, it'll always be 5 every month. Court is definitely the same, also 5%. Awesome. Okay, what was the other thing I was looking at? We upgraded our court level, so that's cool. Someone said to mouse over the tooltip for local wealth and actually read it. Fine, I'll read things. Oh my god. The number of taxable ducats which are currently circulating and saved in the local economy. As a province generates wealth, that wealth accumulates over time. The higher the wealth, the more your government can tax from it, causing a small percentage to go from the province to your treasury. Once local wealth reaches at least half the ducat value of the province infrastructure, those ducats are spent by local powers on new buildings and infrastructure. Once local wealth reaches at least half of the province infrastructure. So saying it in Provenza, we have to get 1,500 local wealth before it starts to do it. It's a lot. That might explain why I don't like this ambiguity here. Accumulated wealth in a province is vulnerable to looting, and when the province is occupied, a percentage of the wealth is seized. What percentage? Specifically. How do I know? Is it 5%, 10%? Is that multiplied by the loot priority or the loot setting that you use when you declare war? If so, you need to know the base value to know what the increased modifiers are from the loot choices that the people are using. Like, how do you know? What's the default percentage? Which headphones are those? They are Sennheiser HD. They're pretty darn inexpensive. They're like $80 or something like that, and they're really solid. They're good. For a long time I used a wireless headset, but it's just too much of a pain to have to constantly charge it. Mantua has no air. Württemberg has no air. So anyway, I'm strongly looking to attack. I never did get an answer for why I wasn't allowed to use this guy's claim on Padua. Just wasn't a thing I was allowed to do. We have 2 choices to attack right now. Well, 3, technically. We could attack Ferrara, fighting Mantua from Montferrat. We could attack Lucca using the vassalization CB. Or we could attack using Pisa's claims on Florence. If I attacked Venice, I would be tempted to try to vassalize this guy. He's actually too large to vassalize, so we would probably just conquer Venice ourselves. But it's in a different node. Actually, hold on. This might not really be an accurate number. The total war score cost for all Venetian provinces is 136%. But if you burn it down, you kill some of the population, so every province you siege, the war score cost goes down. I do not like how much my naval force limit's fluctuating. I think it's because I did a thing with the burghers and granted them some autonomy. I think the burghers control a lot of the coastline. One minor complaint I do have after playing this a bit more is that they removed the development, like the estate map mode, because reasons. But the estate map mode is still pretty darn convenient. I guess I could use this map mode, but I'm just so used to whenever I want to see the estates, I go B9, and then I can just see them. See exactly what province they own. I guess I'll do that. Let's just bind this somewhere. I'm going to bind it over here. Let's say population and estates. Yeah, the economy is really interesting in this. Looting is profitable? I don't know if that's true. It depends. If you're not going to conquer the land, then probably. Sorry, I'm just going to reload the save real quick because I just realized that every single time that I have loaded, the settings are wrong because I keep restoring an old settings file. And they don't update the settings file until you close the program. So I saved the game, closed the program, and now I'm updating my backup. It only takes like a minute. It can be very profitable, sure. I think that the key is that you gotta expand, like loot stuff that's not near your trade nodes, and loot stuff that you don't intend to conquer for at least a long time. Right, exactly. If you're not going to live there, then it makes sense. So, but in this case, I definitely do want to move into Venice, because it's another end node. They also do regional trade power stuff, right? Like if you look at Venice, Venice has a modifier on here called Major Center of Trade? No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Largest Regional City. Now, I'm assuming regional cities are based on this color right now, this region. We have largest regional city in this area. Our capital is the largest regional city. I also don't like how these things are always in a different order based on when they get added to the province. I know why, I understand why, I just don't like it. Because you have to look for it. I don't recognize the icons. So we also have largest regional city, which helps to grow our country, or grow this province. And I'm assuming it's based on these little micro, tiny regions. But there's also regions beyond that. There's the subcontinent of France. So that's going to be like... I'm assuming this entire area here. If we looked, it's probably Paris, right? Probably has a separate modifier for largest city on the sub-region. Sub thing. Largest city on the continent. Okay, so it's not like another modifier, it's a better modifier. Oh, whole continent. Holy crap. That's the largest city in the entire freaking continent of Europe. Even better. So, I have the decision to make. I need to decide, do I want to spend my Diplo points next on getting this culture ideas finished? Or, before finishing it, do I want to pay the points to make Ligurian an accepted culture? So let's go see how culture works in MNT 2.0. Let's see if it's really bad. We currently have... This land is accepted. This is part of our same culture group. The penalty for being not the right culture right now is just local unrest and missionary strength. That's no problem. What about here? It's actually not as bad at all. Normally in vanilla, non-accepted cultures would give you like minus 30% manpower and 30% taxes or something, but it's just unrest. So I guess that answers my question. I'm not going to spend Diplo points to accept a culture. What is the benefit then in accepting cultures aside from unrest? Is there even any? Hey, it's Pita! It's 158 Diplo points. I don't know why it's 158. Probably 150 plus corruption would be my guess. Alright, we're gonna focus in on finishing that idea group then. Missionary strength, I guess, yeah. Maybe when the Reformation gets worse. Don't worry, we're not actually losing money. I just loaded the game up. We're stealing money from Venice, and that doesn't show up the first month. It should show up now. Spoils of War. Oh, it's the annual tick. Ugh, 4.7. It's good. So we're making some money. When do we go to war is the question. So we have 2 supporters. Berg has 2. Do you guys remember? Oh, Ken. Ken is one of the developers, right? Ken, what is your actual name? It's not Ken, because I don't see Ken in the list of people who made the mod. But you seem to know a lot about it. Or do you just play the game in the previous release? Or are you on the dev team? Or you seem very knowledgeable about it. Having unrest reduces tax efficiency. True, but I've never had unrest. I've never actually had a province with positive unrest. It's always been negative. Always. So... if it's always negative, then why does it matter if it goes from negative 30 to negative 22? He is not a dev, he just knows lots of things. Alright, well that's good. Good to have you around though. I mean, I assume if I ever did end up with a province with actual unrest, I might see some value in taking the culture change. Yeah, that's probably the main reason why we don't actually have unrest, is I do have really good communication efficiency. Which, if you're unfamiliar with that, special map mode. Not special map mode, it's the utility decision. Show CE modifiers on trade map. So here we can see that we've got rapid communication right now. 15 to 19 travel time, which gives us... It doesn't tell you the effect right here. Oh wait, that's a separate modifier from the trade thing. It does tell you. Excellent communication. Wait, what? Why is it rapid on this one and excellent on this one? Anyway, having excellent communication speed reduces unrest by a huge amount. I find it interesting that there's a disparity between these two. And while at first it might appear that like quick communication time is increasing my autonomy, You'll notice that going from 25 to 29 to another province that's better, monthly autonomy change is less. And I'm assuming in our capital it's none from instant. Yeah, it's just pure negative 30 unrest. So, alright, now what button do we press again to hide those buttons again? Oh, I see, they're temporary. 1429. So it's just for 1 month I put those on the map. Cool. It's useful. What would it take to get the communication efficiency faster? Because we already have a road. We've got a road network in Provenza, a road network in Les Mauras. We have a road in Nice and in Ponent. It's just all the way across. Can I get communication efficiency any faster? We build better roads now. Let's find out. Constructing roads, Les Mauras. You have approached the locals. 500 gold. Population multiplier, so the higher the population, the more costs. 600 ducats to build them. We could spend manpower, which we have a little bit of, but it takes 25 years to replenish, and I almost always run out. Convince locals to contribute rural wealth. Ooh. I can spend Diplo points to have them cover 25% of the cost. That's interesting. Convince locals to contribute urban wealth as well. 3.5. So we would have to kind of pay attention to the local wealth pool and see how they're doing. One of these days I'm going to get familiar with what these all these symbols mean and actually be able to like see it at a glance, like catch things. Like this province here has 250. That's actually the highest. Out of all my provinces, this random province out here has local wealth. Just out of curiosity, what can we build with this? Roads. There is no road here now, but this province already has superb communication. If I negotiate for them to cover 25%, I'm assuming it's going to take 25% of what? Their pool or 25% of the cost? Either way, I like that you can spend your monarch points to interact with the estates rather than just using monarch points for everything else, you know? It's more of a... Monarch points are about being able to, like, interact with your people. 25% of the 335? The total cost. What if the total cost exceeds... If the total cost exceeds the actual amount of wealth they have, I'm assuming it'll do that thing where it just doesn't give you the option to do it. Seems like a reasonable expectation. Oh, right, I got distracted. Does anyone... I haven't played the Ancient Read in a long time. How, if there's a tie for who people are voting for, who wins? Let's just say that I had a tie between me and Austria, who wins? I know that if the Emperor is the one with the tie, the Emperor will win. But what if two nations that are not currently the Emperor have a tie? Is it based on prestige, legitimacy, development, in this case population? Like, what is the criteria that would decide which tag comes first in the alphabet? Random. Well, that's trash. One person says random, 3 people says prestige. Alright, 7 people say prestige. It's probably prestige then. We could look it up on the wiki, but I've actually noticed recently that the wiki's not up to date very often. And the AI just always wins. Yeah. That's a fairly safe assumption most of the time. Well, Duke Louis is going to die soon. We got very lucky last night. I didn't actually lose any stab, and I revoked 2 sets of privileges. So the greater nobles still have a lot of privileges, and the burghers have none. They have none privileges. However, unfortunately, I still cannot fight corruption. This event is just messed up. So I have a source of corruption, I have state factionalism. It's just going to be there. Our corruption is... I guess there's just nothing I can do about state corruption. It's just always going to give me the +0.1. But the greater nobles are increasing it. We can try. We can try to get it down. I want to continue to revoke stuff from the greater nobles. If I can get them loyal enough, I might try to demote them so that we can get the lesser nobles back and actually do something with them. But they've been sitting at 29% loyalty for a while, and I'm kind of concerned that some nasty event's going to fire. Does anyone know what happens when prestige is equal? I find it highly unlikely that two nations would have exactly equal prestige. They would have to be equal to the 100th place. Because prestige, even though it only shows 11 here, it's actually tracked at least to the 100th place, and I think Paradox actually uses 3 significant digits for most of their math. So it'd just be highly improbable. And if it did happen, they'd probably just do a coin toss. Well, we're on track. If the Emperor dies right now, we become the Emperor. He's only 18, so the chances aren't that great. But that's great. That's cool. Just in case, I'm going to start improving relations with other people instead. Try to improve with, like, mines. See if we can pick off one of the supporters of Austria. That's true. Probably the most likely tie would be if two nations have exactly 100, because if they were, like, forced up from high prestige modifiers. Okay, so education's on the rise. We're actually probably going to hit 60% education level. What I did is I looked at the total endowment, and rather than like considering, this is the new way that I'm going to handle this. Rather than considering what the total endowment is and what I need to contribute to match it, instead I'm just going to take this number plus this number. So 6 plus 12 is 18. And then you divide that by 0.05, and that just says that your total endowment should be 360. That's the equilibrium point. So I did that, and then I just made an endowment to try to match that amount. And that way I know that it's just going to kind of hold even there for now. Eventually I do want to bump this up, but I don't want to go too much crazier. But yeah, we're a pretty damn highly educated nation right now. So about this war, do we wait to become the Emperor? I'm worried that attacking right now and getting some aggressive expansion might make it harder. I think we wait to see if the Palatinate gets an heir or not. Show Balkans, please. There's Border Gore. Okay. Well, the Ottomans apparently are no longer called the Ottomans. They're now called the Turkish Empire. And they now have claims on all kinds of crap. Wow. Is this like a historical expansion route or something? This is weird. But yeah, he's in a state of constant war. He's right now at war with Karaman, it looks like. Yeah, the event to promote my lessers just kept triggering over and over and over again, and eventually they ended up just disappearing. So maybe it's fixed in this version. Maybe if I demote them, they'll come back and then they won't get messed up. Gil Game Show. Go Game 300. Thank you. We're going to make these guys loyal again. And you guys I can offer favors again in 26 months. Be cool if there was an alert so that you knew when you could actually offer them favors. Kind of tempted to wait till the next level of education now on ideas as well. I've noticed sometimes nations getting random claims for some reason. Must be mods. Usually when a nation suddenly gets a bunch of claims, it's not a mod, it's because they took a decision. Like, turn Bulgaria into an islet. I don't know what that means, but that may have given them free claims. Just like when I took the mission to vassalize, I get a CB for free. So anyway, we're going to stay on speed 4. We're just going to let the game run until we see that the current emperor has an heir. If he doesn't have an heir, or when he gets an heir, we'll declare a war. Until then, we might as well try for this becoming the emperor play. We also currently have control of the Curia. The Curia ends when the... Not my ruler dies, when the current pope dies, right? My pope. So he is 65. So we're probably not going to be the Curia controller for much longer. Aialat is Ottoman province. turn them into an Ottoman province? No, I think that's more like a subject or something. Maybe a localized subject? Maybe, are my settings set to like do weird word conversions and things? I can't see them on the screen. How old is my ruler? He's pretty old, he's 59. He is a strange man. Duke Louis is a brilliant strategist, so he's got bonus morale of armies, but he's also craven. So he's a brilliant craven man. Our heir is looking pretty solid with 9 average monarch points. And strong claim. We have plenty of legitimacy. In fact, I don't think we're ever going to have legitimacy issues again with this campaign because Provence's Revive House of Anjou gives us +1. And having culture ideas, we also get plus 0.25. So we have a lot of bonus legitimacy. Google said it's a governor or state. So it's probably some form of like tributary or protectorate or something. I am kind of surprised how long a lot of these royal marriages have lasted. Granted, it is related to my ruler, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But like England and Castile, I'm not planning on re-upping those royal marriages when they die. Oh wait, holy shit! Oh god, why didn't you guys say something? I'm the papal controller. I can annul my royal marriages for free. It's the same thing as having full diplomatic ideas. It's been so long since I've actually played as Catholic, and I mean I'm playing as Catholic in my Portugal campaign, but it's just something you just forget. So who do we care about less? I mean, I can't ally either of them. I'd say I care less about England, solely because France is allied to Castile, and if Castile likes me, he'll be less likely to want to join a war against me. Let's break our royal marriage with the English, assuming that it still works. Yeah, due to being Curia controller, we will not lose stability. Thank you. Game. There goes that. Finally, we're no longer over the relations limit. And actually, that means if I really wanted to, I could break my relationship with Castile, and then we could vassalize Lucca right now. Or potentially vassalize Venice. Or conquer part of Venice. If the ruler dies, is the AI going to vote on another country? If the ruler dies. My ruler? Probably not, no. Most of the reasons why they're supporting me is because I'm considered to be a large nation, somehow. We have excellent diplomatic reputation, high legitimacy. Our prestige is a slight malice, and we have positive opinion. My monarch dying won't affect any of those things. In fact, my legitimacy will technically go up slightly because we have high numbers. Oh, you think I can't get to their capital? What are you talking about? There is no strait. We're not playing vanilla. Look, I can march there. It's adjacent. There's no strait crossing. I can get to his capital. Venice is not an island. Meioux7354, thank you for the 3-month resub. So they bring in a bunch of people. Again, I've already assessed this. It's a good war to declare. I'm just waiting to see if this guy gets an heir or not. There's a strait. You need a big navy. It is? Are you sure? All right. The narrow strait across Gulf of Venice connects this province to Padova, Travixo, and Friuli. Friuli, Travixo, Padova. Damn it! It is considered a strait. You are right. It just doesn't look like one on the map. So we can't actually siege that at all or get to any of that loot. What? But I do have a big navy. Look. Have you not seen the income of our country? Half of our money comes from robbing the Venetians. Venice, how many navies do you have? Venice has no heavy ships. I don't think anyone can have them. I have 23 versus his 12. He has 15 galleys. How significant is the combat disparity in galleys right now? We have way more cannons on the caravels, way more hull size. I'm assuming galleys still get the inland plus 100% damage bonus. Let's just assume that they actually have twice this number. I'm not seeing how those galleys measure up though. Even if they had 14, I have 2.5 times their hull size, and I still have more cannons. And I've got more overall ships. Yeah, he's got 50 naval force limit, but that doesn't matter. He's not going to be able to build those ships. If I declare war, he won't be able to just suddenly get up to, 50 galleys. I think my navy can actually take him. We've been bleeding him dry. The poor guy has probably lost a ton of his money over the last few years. Venice has only 6.35 monthly income. He's still making 5 ducats from trade, but we're taking like a solid 4.6. So we've cut his trade income in half. So 100% defensiveness and a level 6 fort. Okay, well, let's assess it. A level 6 fort means we need to use 12 troops. Lots of attrition. He has 107% defensiveness because reasons. So the siege ticks would take quite long, but siege ticks are faster in this mod than they are in vanilla. House of Medici was something about a political dynasty. Roma gets a thing. Florence, Papal State. The Popolo starts with 5. The Artigiani start with 4. So what is this Medici system? I don't want to read the whole thing. It's too big. The attrition would be pretty high, I agree. But remember, I have 1, 2, 3 subjects. They're all loyal. Only one of them has any troops right now. Let's just assume that they have the treasury to train at least 1 or 2. If I can count on 1 or 2 troops from each of these guys, I easily have enough to do the siege. It would be expensive, yes, but it could be done. Worst case scenario, we could just siege down Treviso and then just take the vassalization. Let's see, if France were to declare war on me right now, I don't even really need the royal marriage. It's if Castile has 100 opinion of me, then they get the good relations penalty, and I can get that without this. So I think I'm going to break the royal marriage with Castile right now. I do want to improve relations with them a bit, though. And actually, maybe we should just fish for another union. Luxembourg, maybe? So Scandinavia is 20. Morea. Mantua would take a royal marriage. Mantua is a small little nation here. He's only got 13 total population, but that's decent. Froyoi, he does have one advantage. You're in charge of the navy. That's true. I've made a lot of mistakes in the past. I mean, I feel like anything I can do to fish for unions is a good idea, especially for Curia Controller. So let's just try this for now. We'll lose a little bit of legitimacy, no big deal. Yes, the major tags seem to form very fast. Scandinavia formed very quickly. Look at the freaking size. This is the White Horde. The White Horde is massive. And then Muscovy is pretty much the full size of Russia. They've just got Belozeru, who is their union or subject vassal. So he's close, I think, to forming Russia. My 2 cents would be that even if you can't ally Castile, you could get a royal marriage so that they don't join France if they dow you. If France calls them to arms... Oh, now I'm trying to remember. If they declare the war directly on me, they would take a stab hit for declaring war on someone they have a royal marriage with. But if France calls them to arms against me, they don't get a stab hit. They'd only get a stab hit for having a truce. Whoa. Holy crap! Broke royal marriage is minus 75. I forgot that it was that big. Well, we might be at war with France sooner than we expected then. Hopefully we'll just be the emperor soon. There are consequences, evidently, to breaking royal marriages. Significant ones, in fact. Oh well. So we're looking on the legal heirs of Mantua and the current Palatinate, the current emperor. Can I, let me do this. What if I set you to special interest? I get pop-ups about you guys? Annoyingly, for some reason, this thing is just like... Well, it was. Now it's fixed. Cool. It was broken. And now it's not. Cool. I can actually set it that way. Excellent. Does breaking royal marriage cause a stab hit for the other nation? No. It doesn't. And the only reason I'm allowed to do it for free is because we somehow lucked our way into the Curia controller. Which reminds me, I should probably sink at least a few points into this to try to maintain control of it. There's a chance. I mean, it's not a huge amount of papal influence, but... a 33% chance is better than 0. You'd be pissed too if I married your daughter and then used her for a few years and then sent her back? Florence is better than Venice? Florence. Well, what, you saying I should vassalize Florence or conquer him? I mean, I know it's a very, very valuable province. It's got a huge amount of infrastructure, right? 3,000. It's the largest regional city. Luxury cloth. 850 ducats. You could probably vassalize him. We could siege his fort a whole lot easier. I mean, I think that the better approach, though, would be instead of vassalizing Florence, would just feed his land to Pisa. Call a crusade against an African nation to loot them dry. The problem with the crusade is, unless I am mistaken, you still have to have a claim, or you have to border them in order to actually get to war with them. Catholic countries in good standing with the Church will be granted a CB, beginning next to the target, and spreading to the Pope's... and spreading as the Pope's authority increases, or as their own piety increases. Wait a minute, that is different than vanilla. I am in good standing with the Church. I am the Church. I control the Church. It doesn't say anything here about adjacency. Maybe we should try it. Well, I mean, it couldn't hurt to try it, right? Call for a crusade against Granada. That just benefits Castile. You can go to crusade from far away if you have high piety. I'm very tempted to try this. I have no transports right now, so it'd be difficult for me to get over there. France, whoa! France is not hostile right now. Ooh, he would actually almost accept an alliance. I want to manually set myself to friendly? I'm friendly, dude. Eased tension really helped. I didn't realize that made such a big difference. So that means we can get military access there. We have an alliance here. Castile likes us well enough. We could get to Granada. Alright, what do you guys think? Shall we not excommunicate? Shall we call for a crusade against Granada? We would have to fight these two nations. Hafsid. I'm assuming that their navy's not going to be too horrible. They have 15 ships. They wouldn't be able to get across. No way. Now, Granada is not the same as vanilla. They are not, like, ridiculously weak. They actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 provinces. And the development, like, the total population is surprisingly high. So we have to probably take the time to assess him, too. He's got 10 of his own ships. He's got 5k troops, and the other guy's got 6. Tech 13 versus my 13. 14 versus my 13. Wait until you that's right, we should become the Emperor first. Castile will be mad if you take their land. Well, who says we're going to take their land? We're going to vassalize them. Vassalization is the way to expand, right? Well. Yeah, he definitely wants that land. I don't care if he's mad, though. Especially if France stays friendly, or not hostile, which is practically the same thing as friendly, then I'm feeling very safe these days. Lithuania has attacked the White Horde. Royal marriage for my subject. We'll take it. Why don't I have royal marriages with all of my subjects right now? I can marry France, sure. It's a great way to keep him from getting disloyal. The only drawback to it is that I would have to break the royal marriage that I just did with Mantua. So let's wait a little bit. Hopefully nothing changes with France, and either the Palatinate gets an heir or Mantua gets an heir, and then we'll free up that relationship slot and do something with it. We are not quite getting all the way up to 60%. I'm going to increase funding by 2 ducats. So that means I need to contribute another 40 to make it automatically just like be at the breakpoint, which is my preferred way of doing it. In before personal union over France. Well, France has an heir. Same dynasty as Castile. Why is there no clergy button in the estates tab? That's a great question. There's burghers, greater nobles, lesser nobles, the state, freeholders, and a couple other that I haven't seen. I guess didn't religion kind of get tied to provinces and stuff? Is that why it's not there? Ken says clergy isn't an estate; it will be made into one post-release. Well, the entire estate system is really good right now. So, ecclesiastical writings. We could take tech, but we're not going to. We have a corrupt ambassador. Compared to where we were a couple days ago, on Tuesday, it's hard to believe this is only 3 days away, or 3 days ago, but we're able to afford three advisors now, while making a profit, while having an army. Like, things have really turned around in this campaign. We have support of 4 subjects, 4 nations now. I did not get a pop-up for Mantua, but he has an heir now. Alright, we're going to break that royal marriage then. I think I may have turned that off a long time ago. Interesting nations. When a ruler reveals their plans to attack ahead of time. When a nation stops supporting an heir. No, I don't care about that. Is there not a filter for a freaking heir? Does anyone know what it's called? Do I seriously have to check nonstop? Is it not called heir? There's a pop-up for when they get a new monarch, but there's nothing for when they get a freaking heir. That's so dumb. CLLNOR. Kulnor. Thank you. Anyway, now we have that relationship slot, and we were going to use that on a royal marriage with France just to keep him from ever getting naughty. I think it's well worth the legitimacy hit. Legitimacy does affect votes, so I've got to probably top off relations with some of these guys again. Yeah, they are friendly. I can't get an alliance, though. They're at their alliance limit. The Duke is dead. Rise of a Pretender. Okay, our ruler just died. That's kind of good, actually, because it reset our legitimacy after I just spent some. But then again, the royal marriages all just ended. Charles II's attention to detail and superior administrative skill will aid us in the reforming our administration. So we have a 441 in charge. He is a flamboyant schemer. An extra relationship slot. Awesome. We did not lose control of Curia, right? Good. So we can take advantage of that. And we have a Pretender organizing for 5 years. 5 unrest in Punente. Even though we have negative 26. Oh, it's actually going to give us 15 and 5. So it's still going to be negative, but... Negative 6.4. The Duke is dead. Our nation has a new ruler. Long live the Duke. Let us celebrate. Mourning our late monarch. So stability increase interval has been increased, giving the following effects. I mean, money to keep numbers up is great. Let's do it. Now, how come I didn't lose any stab? I didn't lose a single point of stab when we died. Is that just gone? If so, that's cool. I hate losing stab on Monarch death. Now, Aragon, you are my actual ally. I don't want to lose legitimacy with you yet. I'm going to decline for now, which you shouldn't be upset about. Relationships should have all changed because, yes, we just lost the royal marriage with France. I'm going to just do it again, I think. Let's check for disputed succession again. All right, we're at 5 out of 7. We used to be at 5 out of 6. I think the 6th was the one I just did with France. So let's do one first with France. We're not going to do our subjects yet. We'll do them slowly over time. But first things first, let's get one with France. Nice, 434 consort, not bad. And next we'll use that 7th relationship slot though, then. When we die, succession war between France and Savoy. We could potentially fall into another junior union. Our faith. The new Duke is a fanatical believer, burning with a passion to root out heresy and spread the true faith. Gain piety? Or convince him that faith is a private matter. I do want to convince him that faith is a private matter, I think. Let's see. So if we go pious, that is this slider. Right now we have 20%, so we're 20% pious. If we could go the other way, then we get tech cost, advisor cost, and more trade efficiency. Ooh, I can lose piety if I ally a heathen country. Your national ideas, plus 40 for each full religious idea group, minus 40 for humanist, minus 20 for plutocracy, minus 20 for innovativeness. Okay, so I have administrative, not the other one. Pious has nice benefits? What? Yeah, these benefits are okay, but morale of armies? I mean, you only use that when you're at war, which is actually not that often in this game mode. The money and stuff, I think, is more important. It's about developing your country. I'm gonna go for negative piety. Wait, oh, I'm gonna gain piety no matter what. Damn. Fine, whatever, just gain the damn piety then. Unless I'm mistaken, that should probably put us at 40 piety? Yes. 60%, or 6 out of 15 would be 40% of the way there. Why doesn't it just say in the tooltip exactly what your piety is? Like 40. Tell me the number. You have 40 piety. Still no legal heir. We have 5 people voting for us now. The people really want me to be the emperor. It says the number in one of the state decisions. Last night I was talking to the developers either at the end of the stream or after the stream had wrapped up, just saying that, like, they were asking, like, well, why do you want to go to the next court level? I'm like, I don't know, because I don't know. I don't know what the modifiers are. There's no way for me to know what they are until I've at least tried it once. That's the only reason I want to raise it. There's no way I know of to see what the benefits will be when I get to to court level 5. I know they can't put variables in tooltips, but here's my logic, here's my argument. This system works really well, so why have 2 systems? Why not do this and instead put all of this in one of these? Because this is actually much easier for me to read versus looking at this thing and saying, okay, that's the max morale of armies. I'm getting 6. 6 out of 15 is 40%. That's the number. This seems kind of convoluted to me. Malakri, thanks for the sub. Pyramid got full annexed. Because religion is DARPA's department? Okay, so it's separate departments. The royal family in France will learn of the pleasantries exchanged. Gain 10 dip, and France's opinion of us goes up by 50. Yeah! France, we friends. You love me. You love me long time, France. And we're about to get our core in Pisa. Nice. Okay, we're 2 years away from the next education level. Can someone who knows 100% for sure tell me exactly what day is it that these things are updating? Is it the 1st of January? The 1st of July? Is it, like, I just said this will be done in 2 years, but when is the tick? The piety system was in the mod for a long time, while the decision system seems to be new. Okay, well, embrace the new. Let's move to this decision system. It's way better. I like it a lot. I do think that some things are buried too deeply, things that you would want to be able to see all the time. So Pisa is now cored. The autonomy is going to come down at 0.333 per month. It is controlled by the burghers. We might as well make this into a state. Finish the full core before it grows any more population back. That'll also allow the autonomy to come down much faster. And it's controlled by the burghers. It will transfer over here. What would happen? Just out of curiosity, what would happen if I did do this? What if I gave this to the freeholders right now? Tell you what, I'm gonna make a save and I'm gonna just try it. I want to know. Music is a bit high. Okay, let me adjust that. It's high because I turned it up. So I wanted to listen to the new songs. I'm wondering if the new songs have a different volume than the old songs. Someone needs to go through and do a, there's a thing you can do. It's not stabilization, it's audio. You just run it through a program and you can balance it so that all of the tracks are the same volume level. Mercy of Peace. Yeah, well, equalization's not the term I'm looking for, though. There's a better word for it. People who do audio stuff for a living probably know exactly what I'm talking about. It's going to break. Yeah, I didn't find that the music was too loud on these tracks, so I think that maybe they're not quite the same audio level. Nassau, 66. Normalization. Yes, that's the term. Thank you. I told you there was a better word than equalization. And did anyone in chat answer exactly when the tick is? It's slightly random because of the way Paradox handles events. Sometimes they process in the background while days pass, so if they pause, you will finish earlier. Seems to be the 1st of June. One person says 1st of July. There's no real way of knowing then, huh? Please show the top 10 cities? Sure. Been a while since we've looked at that. Loudless normalization. There you go. Top 10 cities. Show me the actual ranking of Europe. Paris has 55.145. Garnata. That is, I think, Granada's capital. Constantinople, Venice, Fiorenza. I think that's in Italy. Fiorenza? Is that ours? No, that's Florence. Okay. Lombardia is Milan's capital. West Vlaanderen, I don't know. Oh, okay, so that's part of Flanders. Praha, that's Bohemia, right? Yes, capital of Bohemia. And then Kaffa. I recognize that one. That is, yeah, that's Genoa. And then Lübeck. We all know where Lübeck is. So we are not on that list, sadly. Are you going to put this on YouTube? Yeah, every one we've done, every recording of this in the last few days, we've been putting up onto YouTube. I would like to start a new campaign, I think, with the next patch. But I'm kind of tempted to keep playing this one because they told me that this is not going to be save game transferable, probably. And this campaign has just been so much fun. I don't want to stop playing this specific campaign. I think it's funny, like, Sun Wu said last night that she thought Demian was trolling me by suggesting Provence. And I think it was a fantastic decision. Or a fantastic suggestion. Like, I really think that this is a fun nation. We're right in the heart of Europe, but we're weak. We have to crawl from the bottom of the, you know, scrape our way from the bottom of the barrel just to survive. It's a good challenge. I really enjoy it. Kaffa? You guys are confused why Kaffa is... Yeah, that is kind of strange. It's got 10 population. The infrastructure's pretty solid, 3,000. Let's read about that again. What determines the ranking? The most prestigious cities on your continent. This is not an instant picture, but a long process. Each city is gaining or losing prestige. It doesn't specifically say, like, how the prestige is calculated. I think Demian really likes Granada. It's like one of his favorite countries, it seems. New religious head. No! Does that mean that we lost control of Curia? The news in Marcelha brings both sadness and opportunity for the Duke. The head of the Catholic faith has passed away. It is time to choose a successor. Traditionally, the Duke has presented with a number of candidates from which to choose. This allowed him some influence in affairs while still ensuring that a capable man would be elected. 30% chance of a zealous missionary, 70% chance of a theologian. I don't know how to decide. I don't know what these do. If I had played the game a bunch and I knew, oh, zealous missionary is this. Like, hey, devs, developers, modders, if you're listening, you're still watching this, this is an example, I think, where you can get so caught up in the development of a mod that you forget what it's like to see it from a new player's eyes. To you, this is a simple decision. You know exactly what these things mean. You coded them. I have no freaking clue. This tooltip needs to be more specific. Like, maybe not the tooltip, maybe say like a list at the bottom of the event that says all of the different types that are listed down here and say, what are they? What do they do? Okay, so Twitch chat says, zealous missionaries give morale to army. What about theologian? And what's loyal servant? I think loyal servant sounds good. Corrupt the church? Let's do that. Okay. Where do I see that? All right, well, 1 month or one year away from getting our next level of education, and I'm kind of tempted to like, I hate to admit it, I'm tempted to make a freaking spreadsheet. Our benefits right now are what? Stability increase interval. So the more educated we get, the more it costs to raise stability. We're better at holding on to our tradition. The numbers I really care about right now are tech and idea cost. 10 and 5. So I'm just going to remember 10 and 5. Oh no, it's a plague! The plague cometh. Does anybody know if there's an easy way to find the initial spawn tile? Like the initial location? How do we decide? Like how do you find it? There's so much on this map already. Why is it showing province trauma on the map right now? Province trauma increases the risk and severity of famine. I guess that's part of the plague? Yeah, just turn on the disease map mode. You're thinking of CK2 there, aren't you? Alright, Nassau, do you have an heir? You still don't, and he's 67. I'm gonna continue to risk just like doing these royal marriages. So long as we have control of the Curia, it just feels like fishing for royal marriages is a great plan. Cost me some legitimacy to do so, but now if Nassau dies, we could potentially get a union over him because he's got no other royal marriages. No, that's the wrong nation. I'm looking for Nassau. I'm just sampling the wares, you know? On monarch death, a noble from the House de Trastamara succeeds to the throne. Oh crap, is he royal married to someone bigger than I am? Damn it, he's royal married to France. Oh well. Look at the decisions, there's a map mode decision. Yes, I'm familiar with the special map mode, but the plague stuff turns on automatically. That's not something you need to worry about doing. Even if I say, like, remove trade modifiers, the plague is still going to show up on the map. Whoa, there's a major famine going on over here. It hasn't spread into my lands, has it? No. What has caused the famine over here? Trastamara everywhere. No, it didn't. Even doing that did not remove the province trauma. Every province that has province trauma is showing it right now. Unless I click the wrong button. Overpopulation causes it? Is it related at all to, like, food relative to population? I would assume famine is related to not having enough food. Still no heir for the Emperor. And we're still very much on track to become the Emperor. And our other core is now complete. Two admin power. Wow. We have one rural population living here. One dude. And like 23% of an urban. It's just not growing like at all. And it's actually oversaturated right now. What? Okay. Help me out, guys. The thing I want to learn next, I have a pretty good understanding of urban population. Next, I want to learn, how do I assess... I understand how growth works, right? I understand that the rural saturation is, you know, we don't have enough of something, but what causes rural stuff? Is it the ratio of like farmers to farmer efficiency? Is it... No, this province has 45% farming efficiency. It should have way more than just this one pop. Oh crap, I totally forgot I was going to assign that province to the estate too. I wanted to try that. Let's do that. Maybe the province farming efficiency just updated now that it's a state. Farming efficiency represents extra yield per farmer. Each rural population produces 1 unit of food, which is enough to feed itself. However, this value is multiplied by the farming efficiency of the province. So a province with 10 rural population and 20% farming efficiency would produce 12. 1 excess food can support 1 rural or 1 city. And by city dweller, are we talking about urban pop or the super fancy ass upper class? Innate fertility is the rural gravity of a province. It's a mix of a permanent limit and a soft limit that grows larger when you gain tech. Which tech in particular? And can I like see the benefit, or is it not something that is visible? Anyway, this province has like nobody living here, but it's got a lot of infrastructure. Like no local wealth. But it's got fortifications, a fishing port, a mine complex, a farm, road network. Farm estate is not something that I can build. I kind of want them to build more. I think they're getting built automatically. Crash incoming. Right, don't let me forget. We're going to do this. We're going to, okay, right now it's saying the greater nobles control it. No, the greater nobles don't control it. The freeholders do. Aha, we now have freeholders. And here, we have tribals. I've decided. I'm going to interact with tribalists. I'm going to assess them. They have no wealth. They have no privileges. It didn't crash yet. Oh, it just overrode it. It just gave it to the burghers and the greater nobles. It just said no. Still, if it were me, I would probably just disable that button. Like, move that button off screen so that you just can't click it at all. It's just, you know, if it's not assigned yet, it's not assigned yet, but don't let the player click on it. You never know. Build warehouses to turn from rural to urban? No, what we need right now is a workshop in Liguria. That's the main thing we want to spend money on. You see what I'm saying? How the music's not too loud when it's on the new tracks? I think that they need to be... Their volume needs to be raised a little bit so that they're in line with the rest of the stuff. I can excommunicate Anhalt, Bohemia, Genoa, Naxos. I can excommunicate Portugal. Genoa used to border me, but they don't anymore. None of these people are near me. Portugal has re-upped their alliance with Castile. Even though they were at war earlier. I don't see anybody that we can do it on. Yeah, everyone's voting for us right now. We got freaking 5 supporters. We're well loved. The only reason we're not declaring a war on Florence or any of these other guys, or doing the Granada Crusade thing, is because we're waiting to see if the Emperor's going to die. I don't want to risk... Well, hold on. I don't want to risk being at war with someone in the Empire or near the Empire and getting aggressive expansion in the Empire. But that doesn't mean we can't do the Crusade. Let's call for the crusade. We have called a crusade for Granada. Let's assume that we're going to be able to declare a war soon. Hopefully. Hopefully we have enough... We did end up going pious. I didn't really want to, but we are technically pious. Or was it the church influence that affects your... How old is the emperor currently? He's quite young. 21. No! A plague appears in our capital! That's horse. That's bad. That's not horse. That's a plague. Alright, the optimists have been proven wrong. While we thought that perhaps the plague might be a curse by which only faraway countries would be racked, caravans from those distant lands have managed to bring the plague to us. We have a severe plague in our capital. Ugh. Well, it's been a while. Kill anyone that leaves the province. This option will increase plague damage in your provinces by 70%, but will reduce its spread by an additional random amount. Or, commence the quarantine. So, by quarantining it, we're hoping that it just stops spreading, but it's at severe, and my understanding of the plague is that it kind of like, it rolls into adjacent provinces dependent upon the strength that it has right here. So, ooh, France is getting wrecked. Devastating plague, and their capital has a... Wait, the plague hasn't actually hit Paris yet. I don't think we can stop it, so... The performance is acceptable. It's actually pretty good. Considering I'm streaming at the same time, which generally puts an extra strain on the computer. Well, Genoa has almost no rural pop. They're pretty much all urban, which is why we need that damn workshop so badly. Most of my rural pop... that's true, we do have a lot of rural pop. Alright, let's try to save it. We'll quarantine. Regular quarantine. We're not going to kill everyone. The game just needs to not feel chunky. That's all that really matters. I don't even really care about the update rate. I'm on speed 3 by choice right now, just because we have a plague. I'm not getting a CB, by the way. What do I have to do to actually get the CB? I originally assumed that I had to border him. People told me, no, that's not true. But it's certainly feeling like I need to border him. What had it said? Something about if you're pious enough? Is it my piety or my influence? Piety represents the religious devotion to the faith of your nation. In addition to the explicit effects of piety, it also affects many religious events, decisions, and modifiers. Higher piety will give you more and stronger religious events, while lower piety will give you fewer and weaker religious events. You can tell your current piety by looking at its effects. 100% piety gives 1 tolerance, while negative 100% gives you negative 1 tolerance. Okay, so that's an easier way to do the math instead of doing 6 out of 15. Still think it's kind of a janky system, though. Okay, so you guys think it's piety? Let's see if we can figure out. Let's do it. I mean, we're already pious. I feel like I'm playing a Sunni nation right now. You know, you either want to go one extreme or the other. There's no advantage to being in the center. So if we're already 40% pious, what can we do to make it better? So plus 20 for theocracies, 10 for feudal medieval monarchies, 10 for tribal governments. Each full religious ID group, that's permanent though, we don't like that. 10 for religious intolerance. Having a religious controversy actually increases our piety. Your relationship with heathens, plus 10 for neighboring a heathen country, plus 10 for being at war with a religious enemy. The only one I see on there that I can actually affect would be the religious controversy. I don't like how this is blocking my button. Wait for a religious event that can increase piety. It's an option. 5% trade efficiency and 10% production efficiency. We're getting a lot more money out of those two than we are out of taxes. We'll switch over to this guy. Here we got Diplo Rep because we're trying to become the Emperor. And here we've got Manpower. Morale of armies and tech cost guy seems very appealing to me. Let's switch over to him. You could try expelling the Jews. Unless they removed it, there is a religious intolerance decision. Okay. Purchase influence with the Curia. This is where you can turn money into papal influence at a pretty good rate. We lose prestige, but we gain papal influence. Convince the Pope to appoint a cardinal. Our nation surely deserves to have a cardinal in the Vatican. There are a number of possible men who could be appointed to the purple. If we call in some favors, we could convince His Holiness of the virtues of our candidates and ensure his appointment in the future. This decision will increase the chance of us getting a cardinal whenever cardinals are appointed. Might as well do this. Donate state lands to the church. Gain piety. And gain church influence. Cool. So church influence is the other slider. We currently have 2.6 missionary strength out of a max of 4. So we're at 65% church influence right now. And it's saying it would raise it by 5. So that's going to raise the cost of administrative tech. Local production efficiency. In provinces belonging to the state religion, local production efficiency minus 65%. Holy crap, that is really bad. I mean, it's still positive because the city is plus 200%, but okay. That's actually doable because it's additive. I was reading it like I'm actually losing 2/3 of my income from production, but that's not true. They're taking some off the top of the additive modifier. Don't care about the missionaries, don't care about the missionary strength. Papal influences, it's okay. Unrest, don't really care. We lose money. Why is papal influence on there twice? Manpower increase. What is manpower increase? That's not this number. It's different. You'd always use the best CV? No CV, best CV? Having a theologian temporarily adds 5%, and an inquisitor adds 10%. Choosing to support your state religion financially adds 10%. Manpower increase is a flat change in province manpower. So if I look at this, you're saying there's just a flat reduction? Church property minus 260. Okay. So taking like our capital as a measure, we have 4,800 base. And at worst, it takes 400. It's actually not that bad. Alright, cool. Back to the decisions. So we're going to take the donate state lands to the church to raise our piety. Establish monastic schools. Gain piety. Sounds good. Let's do that one. We're going to go crazy on this thing. Pursue religious tolerance. Lose piety. Show religious options. This is about news. Boycott Jeux de Paume. I have no idea what this does. I haven't seen any events related to Jeux de Paume. Establish a state inquisition. One of the following must be true. Piety is at least 60. Have an inquisitor or less religious unity than 90%. Well, with those decisions, I think soon my piety should go up. We're at 55. Damn it. Okay, we need to do one more decision that raises it. Why don't we just hire like an inquisitor or whatever? We have one, don't we? We could. If I wanted to hire an inquisitor, I could get my church stuff up. We would lose the production efficiency multiplier, though. Don't do a state inquisition? Okay. Is there a different one we could try? Appropriate church property. Force heretics to convert. Convert them peacefully. Either have a theologian advisor with a skill of at least 2, or an inquisitor, or 60 piety. Persecute other religions. Build a great cathedral. If my capital has a cathedral, and I have some piety, I can do this and get a great edifice is built in this city till the end of the game. Cool. Well, I'm getting really deep into the nitty-gritty now in this session today. I'm happy to do it though. This is where, honestly, this is when I have the most fun playing video games. Is when there's so much to learn, so much new, and I just get to like find it. You know, find all the new things. It's very fun. Lost some manpower. 25% chance to lose stab. Cross your fingers. Yay! I feel like the local population data, there should be like one more click that says like show history. Like how much did we lose? We lost some. Don't know exactly how much, but we do have another rival slot available. Austria has a smaller army than I do right now. Let's see if I can convince my subject to fabricate some claims for me. All of my subjects, in fact. Since it's so difficult to do so. We are still allied to Aragon, right? Yes. What does he want? Nothing in this region. Okay. No problem then. Monarch point cap is 25% higher than vanilla at the same tech rate. I've noticed that it's really high, 1754. I think part of it is because we don't have every institution, which should still raise the cap. So you're saying it's 999 times 25%, and then I'm getting an extra 1.2 from being behind on tech, would put the cap at 1498.5, but it's showing 1754. It looks like it might be 50% higher. 999, 1.5 base times 1.2. That's not quite right either. Unless the modifiers are additive. Savoy have their independence guaranteed. I'm not crazy, right? This music is really, really good. I feel like it's a new Andreas Woldetoft. Damn, education still hasn't... We have happy province. What the hell are you talking about? Happy provinces. We have a freaking plague. Moderate plague in Bob's backyard. Castellana. Le Maurus. We ended up with a severe plague here. Severe plague in Liguria. Moderate. One thing I didn't do and should have done is plague measures. I forgot to go check on that. Remind me next time. Next time there's a plague, I've got to go do plague measures. A consistory was meeting. Nice. 2 for 2. Administrative power of at least 10. No owned provinces currently converting religion. We can pursue religious tolerance right now. That's a bad... It takes me in the wrong direction. I don't think there were any other events aside from like the Inquisition. The only thing I can do is either wait for an event or hire an Inquisitor. Which I'm really tempted to try. Because I want to see if we just get a CB against Granada if we have enough freaking piety. Which is what it said. And we have a lot of piety. We have 50% piety right now. Let's do the Inquisitor. I just want to try it. There's no guarantee we're going to stay the Curia controller for very much longer. We only have a 43.7% chance of becoming Curia controller. Request an ecumenical council. What does that do? Okay, same thing here. I don't know what this means. I spend 30 papal influence and then what? What happens? Delay the Reformation. I think the Reformation would be bad for me, so I do want to do it. I'm going to try it. We're demanding demands for ecumenical council. Call a general council. Promise to hold a council when the time is right. Or the church needs a firm hand to guide it. We will refuse to summon an ecumenical council. Alright, we'll call a general council. Let's do it. By the way, you should save and ask the modders if you should be able to have Crusade CB. Well, the CB, like the text specifically said, like, that the higher your piety, the more likely you would get the actual CB. So we're trying right now to just raise piety and see if we can find what the breakpoint is. Now we have... Well, it hasn't actually updated yet. We hired the Inquisitor. It's supposed to give us 10, maybe next month. Maybe next year, I don't know. How come I didn't get a pop-up about my education changing? Apparently it didn't. Apparently 60% is not the breakpoint. Damn it. Well, what is the breakpoint? I've been holding on to all these monarch points, hoping that we could get to the next breakpoint. Force heretics to convert. Convert them peacefully. Well, I want to click every button at least once. Expulsion of heretics. The presence of unbelievers in Provence undermines its unity and stability. Provincial religious leaders say we should force them to convert or find new homes elsewhere. We do have a couple provinces with a minor Jewish presence. Oppressed Jewish presence. We have a community of Jews living here causing conflict and tension with other religions. It's very minor, but... Reconsider this drastic step. Expel Catholic heretics or expel the Jews! Hey, it's like Crusader Kings 2 all over again! Lose 60 mil, gain war exhaustion, gain a little bit of money, gain 20 piety. Policy of intolerance for 2 years. We gain religious unrest. And tons of nations get provincial pogrom. I'm guessing that that's them accepting my expelled units. So this would be a really strong way to raise a ton of piety. 20. We're at, we are at, well, it says 0.5, but I could swear we're supposed to be at 60 right now because of hiring the Inquisitor. Alright, I just want to check one thing. I'm probably going to do it, I think. So apparently there are 3 provinces, Liguria, Provenza, and Pisa, that have Jewish presence. Liguria. So we can see we've got the Jewish one there, and then Liguria, we should find one, and the other one was Pisa. Yep, they're all there. Unrest in these provinces is how low? Negative 28. Negative 35. And then, of course, our capital is going to be no problem. Let's do it. We're going to expel the Jews. You lose an equivalent amount of population in those provinces. Equivalent to what? They make up around 10% of the population. So you're saying I'm going to lose, like, one of my rural pop? It's fine. Let's do it. Goodbye, Jews. Yeah, if you've been dying for, like, some more complication, some more nitty-gritties and some math and numbers and stuff, if you feel like EU4 in vanilla is just too simple, you are gonna just love this mod, I think. It's a lot of fun. And we can still do this State Inquisition as well. It gives us stability. In addition to fighting heresy, Inquisitions investigated accusations of witchcraft, simony, blasphemy, and other ecclesiastical crimes. Don't do it. Ken really doesn't want me to do the Inquisition. Alright, now we do have 70% piety. Am I supposed to have a CB? You know what? Let me just send a quick message to these guys. Alright. Some of the music kind of reminds me of the music that you would play like when you played Dwarf Fortress. Institutions will increase tech costs and reduce tolerance. No one expects the Provencal Inquisition. I mean, it is true that we don't have anybody that doesn't believe in what we believe, so. Alright. We are finally able to support our ships again, so I'm not too keen on doing the Decade of Self-Rule anymore. Because every time I do that, my naval supply limit goes down, force limit. So this is gain loyalty basically at the cost of like 80 admin and 10 dip. My idea groups right now are military and dip. Corruption is just... Corruption's money. Money and monarch points. No, it's not money. Not money at all. It's just monarch points. But I do want to raise their loyalty. Well, both of them. The burghers and the greater nobles. Which one would you guys do? Would you guys do the corruption, the inflation, or... I mean, the autonomy is not really a good option. I don't want to keep raising autonomy anymore. But I think I'm reading in the code that the Pope needs to have maximum authority for the CB to work. You guys would do the inflation? Really? I mean, I gain inflation over time. I would end up having to buy that down. We're talking about 84 admin points to buy that off. Let me think for a second. If corruption raises all power costs, it's the same either way. I'm either spending monarch points or monarch points. This one gives me more stability, though. I'm gonna go for corruption. Autonomy just gives some wealth to the estate. True, but it also affects force limit. That's the problem. Every time, it was fine in the beginning when I didn't have any boats, but now if I give autonomy to the burghers control 1, 2, 3 of my provinces, all on the coast, and it affects my naval force limit, which makes me waste a lot of money being over the force limit. And since there is no real technical benefit to the estates spending the money versus me spending it, they still pay the increased costs for buildings and stuff, then it makes sense to me to just, it's better off in my hands, you know? Which actually, that reminds me, one of the things that I can do is I can look to my estates. And at least, Isa, if he has any cash, I could try to sell him a boat and then I could just build a new one. I think I'm going to do that right now. Alright. It's been a couple hours so far. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a few minutes. The stream's not over. We're going to go another 3.5 hours. So, bathroom break, everyone. Grab some soda, grab a bathroom. Bye-oh. 1 second. Yes, you heard me. Grab a bathroom. Grab it. With 2 hands. Okay, so with 60 piety, you should be able to get a range to declare that CB that is 200, if I read the code right, which is little. So you're talking about like range, like coring range? That kind of range? You can usually see your colonial range if you use this map mode. This is an effective distance of 91. If it's 200 range, then this should be close enough, if that's how it works. I grabbed at least 1 quick bathroom, yes. I like how the current emperor is not even voting for himself. That's hilarious. Maybe the CB resets in January? Could be. Could very well be that it's not done all the time. Request an annulment. Ah, right. He can't vote for himself while he has no heir. That makes perfect sense. He just votes for the next most likely or next most viable candidate. Alright, so with Pisa, my subject, we're going to sell a boat. It's only 0.3 inflation. The reason we're doing this is because he's an idiot and he'll use his treasury wrong. So we might as well make him build ships, and then when we integrate him, we get those ships back. The tried and true vanilla strategy works great. Seem to have just had a pretty sizable bunch of events run there. Man, this guy could live like 30 years. You could very easily just be sitting at peace for no reason. Watch me die before him. Siena proposed as council site? I guess so, whatever. Oh, if I sold the boat, I should probably build a new one. And since I don't plan on giving the burghers more autonomy, I'm going to go up to the force limit and just pray that I don't exceed it again. I'm earning negative money from Bologna. Nice. Gotta love when that happens. I have a vassal income modifier of 47.8%, but because he has negative monthly income... See, I feel like this is actually a bug with the way that Paradox does the code, right? You only get vassal income related to their taxable income, and because the mod itself applies its like budgetary things for education and court as a tax modifier, you can actually see them if you look in here. Budget 2... Budget 8, Budget 16, like, they use these modifiers on your country, which affect tax income. And then if they have too much budgeted, then their income goes negative, and so then I end up paying them. Just kind of silly. Got an error, 523, nice. Emergency tithe. Facing extreme persecution from the Catholic faith, our heathen subjects have gathered together a special tax, which their leaders offer to us if we will grant them mercy and allow them to stay. We lose the policy of intolerance. There goes our piety. We gain some money. We are making use of this minority, so we will be unable to convert it for a few years. Or just say, gold will not sway our mind. I think we get rid of the Jews. I got nothing against Jews. Jewish people in general. It's just, we gotta try all the buttons in the mod, you know? So I'm not seeing any method of attacking Granada. Which means that for the last 10 years, we've kind of been just sitting around doing nothing for no reason. And honestly, I'm starting to think that we have enough support. Well, hold on, we've kind of lost quite a bit recently. The diplomatic reputation of Austria is really high. My legitimacy is high, his legitimacy is high. We have better relations. Wait a second. My relations are better. My diplo rep is better. No, I'm sorry. Austria's on the bottom, I'm on the top. Derp. Austria has 9 more points from diplo rep, same culture group, large nation, we're a large... Oh, that's what it is. I'm not considered to be a large nation anymore. Oh man, the plague killed so many of my people that I'm not considered to be a large nation. Probably because we just hit this 100 population breakpoint. General Church Council has happened to us. Ooh. I had no idea I was going to lose a relationship. Well. Yeah, kicking out the Jews and losing some population from that may have definitely affected it. I mean, we could check if we wanted to see. I'm pretty sure we're going to gain 1 population on the next annual tick. Yeah, the urban pop is at 39,000 here. Last year it grew by 4,000, so next year this will go back up to 4. Even just 1 province will be fine. It's piety and disespaced. Sunwoo's chatting with me. Let's see, my piety is at... If it's not attainable, then that's fine. I'll just, you know, stop going this route. But if it is attainable, I need to know what the number is. I really like this music right now. I think it's awesome. Plague is still affecting us for a couple more years. We just hit the cap, but I'm going to send him back because we're going to go over the annual tick. Kicking out the Jews took us below 100 total population, which is apparently the threshold for being considered a large nation by the electors. It just seems to be that simple. It's not a dynamic thing where they compare you versus the largest person in the empire or anything. It's just a fixed number. 100 equals you're large. Just like how in vanilla you can't offer vassalization just to someone who has over 100 development for no real reason. Discuss the fine points of theology. What is simony? It's true, I've been on full maintenance this whole time in preparation for a war that we never did. I don't know, this one's the highest. Let's try absenteeism. Does the minor Jewish presence not go away until we've succeeded? That would logically make sense, right? The game is hung. Recalculating? I'm getting the Windows thinking mouse icon thing. There it goes. Whoa. Some major calculations right there. What's going on up here? The Austrian humiliation of Bohemia. I could join that war if I wanted to. We could get our army over into our subject and then go and pilfer some Austrian lands. Wait a minute, he's at war and he's got a multiple fort. That's smart. Okay, the easiest route to get there would be Milan through Tyrol. We can't get through Milan, because he hates me. Savoy hates me too. Damn it. Really hard to get my army over there. I can't get it over there. Unless, is Milan granting? He might grant access to somebody. If I join the war on Bohemia's side, then Austria might ask for access through Milan, and then I'll get access. Look at the voting. We've got 1, 2, 3 supporters. Austria's at 2. Should definitely top this one off, though. I'm still not considered to be a large nation in the HRE. Not yet. Do vassals count towards population too? No. This is my personal number. See, now it just went up to 101. We just had apparently on February, my population updated. I thought the annual tick was in June, but apparently it was February. So now, I'm guessing if we check, we should see, yes, now we have large nation in the HRE. We're back to much more support. But all he's got to do... No, actually, that's not true. Even if he gets an heir, it doesn't matter. We're just waiting for him to die. Wow! It is chunking again. It's just, it's not doing anything right now. I'm tempted to take a save and reload it, because that's the second time in the last couple minutes that's actually happened. I don't want to take the last cultural ideas yet, because when I was talking to Demian last night, he added in the version of the game I'm playing right now, if you click on current court level, you can see the breakpoints. So with the court, it's 0 to 15, 15 to 30, 30 to 45. My experience with the education thresholds is that it's basically 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 40, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. And I had assumed 50 to 60 was going to be the next breakpoint, so 60. But it didn't do it, and so now I'm expecting it's going to be something squirrely like this, where it's going to be like 65. So I'm hoping we can hit 65. And we've got plenty of room to bank points. We're not at the cap, nowhere near the cap. So if we bank the points, get the upgraded court level, or education level, and then take the tech and ideas, then we save more overall. That all being said, I think we should probably spend a little bit more money on this. So we've got 7 plus 14. The endowment needs to be at about 420 to support its... It'll trend towards 420 right now. Why not 100%? Because it gets more expensive. Alright, now that we're considered a large nation again, I think I might declare my war anyway. I'm not going to sit around for 40 years waiting for this guy to die. So it's going to be one of two things. Either we get involved in this war against Austria, because we can. Or we... Oh, nice. Even more Diplo rep now. Oh, yeah. Holy crap, we have support. Change clerical residence with 16. What does that mean? The Papal State gets reform tensions. And the Papal State loses clerical residences. So if I'm reading this correctly, this increases clerical residence, and this one decreases it. Well, actually, I can't tell. It says just change it. Change clerical residence with 48. What the hell does that mean? Am I gaining? They're going to gain 48 clerical residence. Okay. This is supposed to mean something to me, I think. Let's require them to reside. We'll just click buttons. Alright, Nassau got an heir. Of course, I don't get a pop-up, because that would make too much sense. So we're over our relationship limit. Let's break the royal ties with Nassau. Royal marriage from Pisa, our subjects. Could use the legitimacy right now. Ken says it's old code. So what do you guys think? Should we declare our own offensive war, or should we go and just bully Austria? We've got an undefended fort over here. He's called Tyrol Inn. He owns land over here as well. You know what? He's probably going to get a lot of access in this region just because of his disconnected territory. Right now I'm thinking I'll always have the option to attack using my subjects claims. This is temporary, so I'm kind of tempted to go invade Austria. He's on Tech 13. I'm on Tech 13. I could easily be on a higher level of tech, I just have chosen not to. Only drawback is right this second we don't have a leader. Cleric residence forces the priest to stay at home rather than gallivanting off to Rome to hobnob. Show the rest of the world. I mean, this is all I can see. I can't see the rest of the world. I don't know how they're doing. England has consolidated most of the islands. Scandinavia is fully integrated. The Turkish Empire is getting huge. The Mamluks... I'm expecting the Mamluks and the Turkish Empire to start smashing themselves into each other soon. Let's check to see, does Austria have a huge army? We've got 8,700. We've got slightly more manpower and roughly the same number of troops. Close. For some reason my subject is training men. They're all completely loyal, so at this point we will divert trade from all. Wait, no we won't. Damn it. We're playing on a version of the game where they just don't let you do that. That's why I'm not doing it yet. I was playing another campaign earlier where I was able to use that feature. Every time I see the opportunity for it, I want to do it. Our court is at 48.8. Whoa. Takes a lot to get to luxurious. I don't think that makes any sense to go for. I think we just want to maintain roughly what we have. So I only need to support like 6 ducats. I say July the 1st we intervene. Oh, I have actual rebels! Huh. The faction has a 6% chance of increasing by 5% due to how much unrest is in their provinces. At this pace, the next revolt will be in about 27.7 years. So in Punente, we actually have unrest. This is the province that had the unrest modifiers from the succession. There's a temporary province modifier going on right here. It's ticking down monthly. But then also, wasn't there like a... It was broken into 2 parts. There's the Pretender Organizing and Base. So Pretender Organizing, I think, should show up... Yeah, there we go. May 1436. I don't think that's actually going to succeed then. Alright, so he said no, as we expected. We're going to check to see, we do have military access through Milan, as expected. We're now hostile with all of this. Got a lot to consider here. So Austria has 3 provinces we're hostile to here. Level 1. Level 1. Quite a few buildings here. Looks like quite a bit of infrastructure. Religious scandal. 170 ducats in loot, 300 ducats in infrastructure. This looks like way more than 300 ducats in infrastructure, but okay. Over here we've got a little bit of money. Level 2 fort, level 1. None of this seems to be particularly well developed. Tyrol's not bad. My subject, very likely to get looted. But I think we can safely just take our army and like spread out on the 1 development provinces up here. The 1 fort level provinces, that is. And just, you know, just do some looting. So looting policy. My thoughts on this have changed. The first couple times I played, I always did just strongly encourage. But there's like an aggressive expansion type system in the game where it's called loot scare. If you do strongly encouraged looting, then you scare everyone and then they don't like you as much, which is probably bad if you're trying to become the emperor. On the other hand, we don't plan on taking this land, so we kind of do want to loot, we just don't want to go nuts. So we'll just do let them loot. Change simony abolished with 16. Yeah, sure, let's impose stringent rules to stop the practice of simony. That seems good. Now, we did join the war. I think we should probably hire a general. Damn, I didn't want to do any generals, though, until I got the rest of these ideas. Guaranteed siege pip, guaranteed fire pip. Let's see, 311. Almost have enough to do those. What if we... Haha, this is technically considered to be a defensive war, too. Nice. We're going to offer some favors to this guy. I want to present them with a magnificent gift. Raise their loyalty a bit. It's 5 loyalty no matter what I do. I can sack prestige and dip. Money and dip. Well, money and more dip. We'll go with this one. The defensive war support, we get 1 free pick. Prestige, recover morale, and army tradition from battles. I don't really want the units. I like the lesser nobles interactions a little bit more. Because this guy, he still doesn't... They don't have any men. You know, they've got... 1 and 1. Wait, what? 1 and 1, but if I request full support, they give me 1 infantry. What about the cav? Weird. I got distracted, I did, I'm sorry. So, what did I miss? The greater nobles aren't offering... Oh wait, I can... That's right, I can demand... I have to demand support, not defensive. Demand support. 35 tradition guy for 5. But the problem is that they've been getting so close to the loyalty threshold, I've been nervous about it. Still... It's military points that I don't have. We should probably do that. One last thing I want to check. Are we anywhere near getting the education to 65? No, it's going to be at least 3 or 4 more years. Alright, I'm done waiting. I'm just going to assume that we can't get there. I'm going to start going for the culture stuff now. So we're going to finish culture. We're going to go Great Court. Education level, good. It's good. So we get an extra possible advisor. Ideas costs is going to go down now as well. We get tech cost reduction. Now we will knock out superior firepower. And siege master. And we will take admin tech. Actually, let's not take the tech yet. We're nowhere near the cap on this one. I don't need this one yet. And instead, we'll wait for the next level of education. But actually, I do have it on military points. Would you guys sacrifice 5 loyalty? Or would you rather just spend 54 points? I think I'm going to do these guys. Give me general. We got a 2-5-2-1. Sick. Very good. Is there any unbalanced research? Maybe, but I haven't seen it at the normal numbers. I don't know if they just increased the numbers or if they removed it altogether. But I have been at one point at like Tech 8 and Tech 11, and there was no unbalanced research penalty to corruption. Of course, you get corruption from all kinds of other stuff. Like, if you were playing vanilla right now with 8.95 corruption, that would be pretty bad. Is it, what, 4, not 2? None of this is actual forts. I don't want to spread out too much. We'll just take our time. Just gonna send the bare minimum over. We're gonna tell our subjects to be supportive. Tell them to attach to all of our armies, whatever they can get to. Come on over here, my minions. Leader's gonna hang out with the cannon, the cav. Actually, hold on. The leader has siege pip. He needs to go with the infantry. That is actually the one that's gonna fall the fastest, probably, because it's got less defensiveness. But at this point, I've already committed to it. Yeah, I had a feeling my subject was going to get kind of wrecked, being over on there on the border of Austria, but not my problem. It's not my lands. That was really loud. Damn, just already purged those Austrians. Have a nice weekend. Why, thank you. Burger privileges revoked has expired. Civ Veteran 45, thank you for the donation. New religious head. Into the Peasants' War for Corfu. Where can I see what actually ends up getting appointed? This zealous missionary versus loyal servant. At one point, like even just last night, I distinctly remember getting pop-ups saying, we have this new religious head, and now, today, I'm not seeing him. Wait, isn't it saying right here, loyal religious head? I can see the effects of him, but I don't... It's a country modifier. Or is it a triggered modifier, maybe? People sponsor strong. The weaker the Pope's authority, the weaker this modifier becomes. Papal authority is calculated from nominal to strong. Wow. Papal sponsor strong, papal sponsor strong. Okay, so the papal sponsor is strong. And then there's multiple triggered modifiers dependent upon the authority. This is one of the reasons why we have an extra relationship slot. But this is not related to... Ah! Wait, here it is. Zealous religious head. Haha! Found it! So if he had a zealous religious head, he would do these things. Then there was like a theologian? Something? I will say there are just so many damn things that you have to find and know where to look for. We have loyal. Loyal seems really good. It's just good for us. Nice. Sorry, minion. Please don't die too much. You see the zealous religious? Yeah. Oh, look at the actual trigger. Zero out of 0. Looks like it's scripted to just change that to something. Oh, never mind. Now we do have zealous religious head. We've lost the effects of loyal. Weird. So why is zealous religious head in here? And also in here. Maybe it's a remnant from an older system? We're obviously losing this war. I don't expect to win it. I just expect to make it beneficial to me. Me personally. My subjects? No, they're going to pay. Bohemia? Oh, he's going to pay. But me personally, we're going to make some ducats. Death of the Pope. The church calls a conclave. No, the Pope's dead. That means we're going to lose control of Curia. Aren't we? Probably. That would be a good time to maybe do... Whoa, I have no papal influence at all? Where did it all go? 43.7% chance. Occasionally, pious worshippers donated land to the church, often in their wills as a bequest. Because the church itself owned the land rather than the priest in residence, it never passed into other hands. Since the church was not taxable, a great deal of wealth became concentrated in church hands. Although lieges could prevent their land from being donated, many independent estates were lost to the crown in this manner, and in some countries the church owned more than 1/3 of all land. While the will to stand, the church gains influence. That's this one. Okay, so... or seize the land for the crown. We get a religious scandal. Well, the whole holy war for Granada doesn't seem to be working out for us, so I'm leaning towards going in the opposite direction. Now I'm allowed to appropriate church property because I have... Our ruler controls the distribution of church land, or... Yes, we are suffering a religious scandal. We can lose piety and papal influence. Okay. If we're doing this, I think we get rid of the missionary, the Inquisitor. So my guess is that we're going to start to see our piety slip rather quickly. We're at 65 piety. Poor Bohemia has like no men at all. So he's got 3,000 infantry and no cav. My subjects do not want to be in this war. Occupied and besieged. Occupied and besieged. I mean, they're occupied or being besieged, so... Yeah, I mean, our goal is to just siege down some stuff and probably separate peace. Maybe we'll fight Austria like once. We have lost the effects of papal sponsor strong. Damn, it means I just lost a relations slot. I'm still the Curia controller, though. Which is surprising. I thought the Pope died. I guess that event has to resolve before the new guy gets appointed. The Austrian humiliation of... I didn't even get to finish a siege! Bohemia will be forced to pay Austria 10% of their income. And Bohemia will pay 91 ducats. Damn. We didn't get any fat ducats. We got none. We got none ducats. Concessions from the church. Here's their response. The Church of Provence has listens to the pleas of its duke and returned with an offer to voluntarily give up a number of properties to the state for our use in combating the heretic and heathen. Yet if the church is willing to give up this property, how much more are they holding back? Demand even more. Provence gets church displeasure. Or... what? Oh, 10 years. For 10 years. 2 more provinces get religious scandal. We lose 10 church influence. So church influence was, again, what one? That's this scale. The problem is with no church influence, you get nothing. But as I understand it, like, you kind of have to go that route if you want to become secular. Now, I'm just going to go with the halfway. We'll just do it. We'll do it again someday, you know. Seize it all, it will lead to a good event. Damn. You didn't speak fast enough. You need to talk faster. Get those fast fingers out. Wow. Court is, oh, right. The threshold's not 50. It's 45. So we're fine where we're at right now. In fact, I think I can still pull back a little tiny bit more. Like 1 ducat, maybe. Education. Slowly on the rise. Using less will still lead to a good event. It's just less good. Oh, well, good. Something about seminaries. Church reform of untrained priests. Still a deadlocked conclave. Well, I'm losing effectively nothing. I'm already at 0 and you can't go negative-er. So whatever. Herald from the Papal State. They have a new ruler. He's balanced personality. And Naples is the papal controller. So we lost control of the Curia, which means we lost one of our diplomats, or we will next month. We lost some of the possible advisors. Our advisors are going to be more expensive. Sad times. And Naples immediately revoked the excommunication of Venice that we never got to do anything with. Six people supporting right now. I'll top off relations with all these guys. And now, I mean, we have so much support, I'm leaning toward declaring our war. Hey, there. General Church Council is gone. We get a relationship slot back. Good. That should just put us, like, right where we were supposed to be. Right? 6 out of 6? Yes. Now Meissen has attacked Bohemia. That guy can't catch a break, can he? Pray for guidance means that there is a chance that peasants will storm the Vatican and appoint an Italian popo? Well, I only pulled in a little bit of a favor. I just hired a general and I don't lose him. I'm actually strongly considering revoking another privilege from the greater nobles. The last 2 times I did it, we got really lucky and didn't lose a single stab. So I feel like we're playing with house money and it just makes sense to keep going. Let's just take a look at it and see what the situation is. So the greater nobles are currently causing a lot of corruption in the country. 0.2 per month. No, 0.2 per year. And their current privileges are... most commoners banned from officer corps, which affects military tech cost. The partial repeal of yield tax. Reduced production efficiency. Reduced taxes owned by the provinces in their state. Prestige and unrest. Well, they do own this province, but this unrest has gone back down to 0 again. Like, unrest has never been a concern. The only one that really bugs me is the top 3. Mostly the army tradition and military tech costs. So let's revoke this most commoners banned from officer corps. From any commoner. Revoking this privilege will remove 0.022 yearly corruption. Cross your fingers. Let's see what happens with our event. We're probably going to lose 1, maybe 2. So 50% chance we lose 1, and then after that, 25% chance we lose another 1. So we could lose 2. There's like a, what, 1 in 8 chance we lose 2. There is a... What would it be? It would just be 0.5 times 0.75. There's a 37.5% chance we lose nothing. Those are pretty good odds. We'll take it. Ready? And... Oh my god! 3 times in a row! Demian! I need to tell him this. This is funny. Luck be a lady! Seriously, we need to go to Vegas. This is crazy. Things are really starting to come along. Appropriated church land. The church was one of the largest landowners in Provence. Grant the deeds to loyal nobles or auction it off. Don't particularly need the legitimacy. Stab is pretty good, I hear. Very hard to come by. We're currently at 124.6 stability points, and we need to get to 300 to get up to level 3. I think that just stockpiling stability is a great plan. It's way more important, I think, than a little bit of money. Money's really important in this mod, but stability is definitely more important. So let's do this. We'll keep this event open for a second. We're going to go and get royal marriages with all of our subjects. We'll take the legitimacy hit from doing those marriages. That way we can get the benefit out of the event. Go 5 here. And we're still allied to Aragon, so... we'll do that. Still have a royal marriage with France. Alliance royal marriage, vassal royal marriage, vassal royal marriage, royal marriage alliance. Unique vassal royal marriage. Okay, that's all of them. Nothing else I can do, right? Can you revoke more privileges? You can, but not from the same estate. So what I did last night was I revoked one from the greater nobles, got really lucky, and I decided to do it with the burghers too. The problem is that they don't have any privileges. The burghers currently have none. So no, we can't do it. We need to wait for 119 months, for another 10 years, so we can try to revoke another one. Now, one thing we could do, we could demote greater nobles. If we do that, that costs 10 loyalty. We would need to bump their loyalty up at least twice before considering it, I think. But we can't do that until 52 months from now when we can offer them some more favors. Demian's response to my comment about getting 3 in a row with no stab loss is just bastard. Oh, it's funny. Aragon is no longer considers Poland to be a rival, and Aragon has rivaled Milan instead. Well, we have accrued 15 favors with Aragon. I should really do something with this guy. I think it's time. We could declare a humiliate rival war. Call Aragon in to wreck Milan, or just go with plan A, which was to attack over here. Only drawback is this does make me fight the Papal State. The Pope Man. We could sack Rome. Just because we're pissed off that they took all of our stuff. There's actually a fair bit of local wealth in some of these provinces too. The problem is it's all in our node. And they're all really close to each other, so they'd potentially be able to combine forces. I also have a tech advantage on me right now. What about Ferrara? Montferrat and Mantua? That looks much, much easier. He only has 3k troops. Same tech as me. This guy's got a tech advantage, but he's got only 2 men. And Mantua. I like it. Looks better to me. Drawback is I can't actually get the military access myself, so I don't know where to go first. I have to wait and see if we get military access through Milan or Savoy. Target release for this mod is in like 10 days, around the end of ParadoxCon. That is what I was told. You can get to Montferrat through your territory? Oh, you're right. Unent. Thank you. Yeah, let's go that route. Yeah, we'll just march in and kill his army. Great. Even more reason to just declare war then, huh? Alright guys, I think it's time we do it. No, sadly I can't go to ParadoxCon. I have a schedule conflict. My family's traveling, we're doing stuff. Okay, so we finished culture ideas, and now we have some more Diplo points. We can afford to get a 287 Diplo power tech, or we can keep on hoping for that 65 education threshold and hope that 65 is the next threshold. Nice thing is that none of these guys have any forts. Well, Mantua's got a level 3, but it's not a real fort, it's just a Mantua's Lakes. Montferrat's your little buddy? Yeah, he's my ally, that's true. Not my fault he's gonna defend this guy. We took this alliance a long time ago when we were desperate to save ourselves from France. Now France absolutely loves me to death, and I don't care. I don't need this little guy anymore. If anything, this alliance slot is kind of a waste. We should be trying to ally somebody bigger. So yeah, we're going to declare war on Ferrara. I do think we call in... Do we? Do we even need to call in Aragon? I don't think we do. Not for this war. And before I forget, I want to check and see if we have had any progress. We don't get a pop-up about vassals being fully assimilated, so I have to check this every now and then. We're like 20 years away, but still. Alright, we're gonna wait till the beginning of next month, then we're gonna do it. Maybe rival Ferrara? Maybe. It's allowed. They're not eligible. Could rival the Papal State and separate peace them if we attacked Florence. Humiliate Papal State as part of the separate peace, and then conquer Florence. I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to call Aragon into the war against Florence, but first, this war looks much simpler, and we should do it. We'll make the war goal the non-coastal province, Modena. Wait, what's the total war score cost to your land? 52%. I mean, I have no aggressive expansion. I think I could actually, like, vassalize this guy. And then use his core on Milan. He has no one else he can call in, so there's no reason not to co-belligerent him. And Mantua could pull in Padua. Tech 13 as well. What's one more person, right? One more person we could separate peace. One more person, ooh, 200,000 people living there that we could ransack. And that's actually in the Venetian nodes, that's ideal. Okay, we're gonna co-belligerent both people then. We'll wait our 1 day. We're gonna go smashy smash. Get him. Our looting policy is... Well, the ideal outcome here is that we're going to give these two provinces to our subject. These are going to become a new vassal, and then these two guys we're going to separate peace. So I don't really want to loot, do I? Let's try this. I'm gonna go the opposite direction for once. We're gonna try heavily restrict. Let's see how it goes. I was just gonna say don't attack anyone in the HRE, but it is too late. Why? This war shouldn't really affect this. We have enough support. 1, 2, 3, 4 super loyal supporters. 4 is a majority no matter what. So even if I get some aggressive expansion from doing this, I don't think we're gonna lose the support. Not rolling so hot there, but we got him. This is actually... What the hell is this? 1? It's 2 provinces. It looks like 1, 2, 3, but it's just 2. And the movement that's going on in this area is very confusing. We've engaged the Navy of Ferrara. Successful Curia politics has ended. What is my mission right now? Oh, vassalize Lucca, right. I've had that for a while, haven't I? Unlawful territory. That's true, but I'm not going to have unlawful territory. I'm going to have a vassal, and a vassal is going to take over land, not me. I personally won't have any unlawful territory. You see what I'm saying? You picking it up? Picking it up when I'm throwing down? I've thought about this a little bit, sort of. Ed Avatar, thanks for the sub. Ooh, that's a 7 stack. Being over the limit's not a big deal. I'm willing to pay the points for that. Vassal expansion is definitely like the simplest, most direct route to grow. I think it's fairly safe to say we have access through Milan, and that other army is probably in somewhere in this area. We should stay nearby. Let's see, do we have enough we could actually call Aragon into both wars? No. The vassal can return the territory when being asked, though. True, but I conquered 2 provinces, and the current emperor never once demanded me give it back. Ever. I was kind of surprised by. That's some pretty darn good defensiveness. Yeah, that's the other argument, is that we're on track to probably become emperor. If I become emperor, who's going to do unlawful territory? I'm not. Ooh, our first revolt. Bob's backyard gains 20 unrest. It's fine, it's got negative 28. I'm going to ignore them. They did say they were going to... what? Yeah, the Emperor doesn't really get huge benefits in general, and the Palatinate is not a very strong Emperor. Ferrar's got a 5-stack, Mantua's got a 3-stack over there, but we're about to separate peace Mantua, so that army will actually become ours. After that, we... no, sorry, Mantua. Not... ah, shoot. Mantua's got the hardest fort to siege. Still, just park my whole army adjacent to him, and there's a pretty good chance that, pretty good chance we might be able to beat him in sieges. I'm not sure. We'll see how the luck goes. I think you guys are overestimating the amount of aggressive expansion we're going to get. It wasn't that bad when I was doing it last night. Oh, they went really fast there. Damn, dude, the defensiveness is negative. Garrison was significantly outnumbered. I don't know about that. I still don't feel like it's usually worthwhile to send anything other than the bare minimum. The disease outbreaks are way too painful. Our awesome general? No, he's hanging out. 2521. He's leading the siege over there. We just got him. He better not die. 2-5 when pretty much all damage is done in the shock phase, as per normal vanilla EU4, but also exaggerated in this mod pack. He's going to be a powerful dude. Austria's declared war on Hungary. Mess with Austria a bit more by trying to interject into this war as well. I think we shall. We're working on my vassal's fort here. Technically, we have a fair bit of negative war score. They control Modena. The occupation of my vassal's capital over there is worth a fair bit. Wow, these sieges are really getting unlucky. How many coin tosses can we fail? There we go. Now, if we go here, we have 25 ducats of loot. Cool. Here's the other one. Alright, everybody group up. We're heading over to this province. We do have more land force limit. Kind of tempted to train a couple more troops if we can get some cash. We've got room for 5 more men. Farmlands, flat terrain. Against Ferrara, same tech as us. And we've got our crazy general. Depending on where Mantua is, if he's hanging out right here, I might not do this, but I want to go smash Ferrara's army, I think. We'll find out now. Oh, he's right in the way. Mantua has a 3-stack. Alright, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna manually do this. I want to send 3 infantry over with the leader, and I want the cav to show up late on purpose, because it's gonna do that thing where it's gonna deploy the cav 1 tile adjacent. Actually, I've already done that wrong, haven't I? I want 5 infantry. To arrive, and I want the cav to come a day later, so that we actually maximize the absolute most flanking we can do. Because these infantry can flank by 1, the cav can flank by 2. And that lining, that 3 days of first fire phase doesn't really matter. There's the shock. 2 plus 5 minus 1 is 6 versus an 8. They got a better roll, but... boom. We lost a few men, nothing major. Wait a second. He's going to Modena. 8th? 5th. So he's actually trying to intercept me. And looks like he's going to succeed. Oh, he suffered his major disease outbreak. Look at that, 90. Oh my gosh. Severe disease outbreak. His 5 stack went down by 900 men. Dude, this is not going to go well for you. 10 versus 5. That will pretty much... Oh, cavalry flanking ability. Sweet. That's gonna end... That ends the war right there. I do need to send some troops over here and unoccupy this. I don't think they can train very many men very quickly, so... We're looking at like April, and then March. They canceled their military access requests. Bastards. Alright, we're going to let our leader stay here and do this fort. These other guys are going to come back and just hang out in our subject. We're going to knock Padua out first. We're going to do a quick sweep of his area here to kill these troops as they come out. Yeah, the 5 shock general is really strong. CB, Conquest, difficult communication. We know that around like April or so, we want to actually get over to Mantuas. Send a letter to the Queen of Gorizia asking for money, diplo points. Perhaps we can borrow one of Count Wilhelm's generals. We don't have a slot for a general though. Let's see if we can get some diplo points. We need 20 sail speed to blockade this thing. Alright. We're just gonna wait till April 1st, then we'll march over and kill that army that we know is there. We don't need a leader for it, I don't think. And how many men are we actually going to lose here? Maybe 100? Yeah, 100 men. What do we gain from that? Do we get war score that time? We got 1 war score. I think rather than 16th. Rather than letting him train more men, I don't want to lose any men at all. I'm just going to block these provinces. I hope the disease outbreak thing can't actually happen if you have like very few troops there though. Oh man, is it gonna do the thing where I have to get 30 relations? Darn it! No, I don't see any other alternative route to get there. When do you think protecting trade is going to be more valuable than privateering in Venice? I really don't know. We've been making 4.5 ducats a month. Like, it's been what has probably turned the campaign around, so... I could take the time to look through the, this screen and see total trade power in the nodes, compare that to the amount of... See, the reason why Venice is so valuable is that it's got 16.16 ducats in there. It just depends. We need more merchants, we need more stuff going on. Milan has 12k troops. Yes, that's kind of scary. So it'll be a few more months then until I can actually get over there and help out my subjects' provinces. Aragon's the new papal controller. I didn't think the Pope was going to die that fast. Alright. Pope man is pretty young, 49. Now, I was going to separate peace Montferrat, wasn't I? Why didn't I do that earlier? No reason to keep him in the war. He could actually join the war on our side and train a troop. Very easily, I think. Alright, we will sue for peace. They're negotiating for themselves. 20 aggressive expansion, no big deal. I also kind of need your money. Yeah, end your rivalry so that we get some prestige out of this. 52 dip, 20 AE, we pick up a new subject. We're over the relationship limit, but it's better than holding unlawful imperial territory. Not to mention, he was one of my relationship slots already. He was my alliance before this war. So we're not even losing a relationship slot in doing this. Austria's winning pretty handily in the conquest of Samba. Well, if we can't get to our subject, he's just going to have to deal with the fact that he's got, you know, 20 war exhaustion soon. And I suppose we get started sieging down these other provinces with the army that we do have. There's not much else that I can do about it, really. We'll start with the interior level 1 fort. About that time to top off relations with a few people. Even with that 20 AE, it was not. It's just not a big deal. People are not. They don't care. Right, I want to work on that one first. Manpower recovery rate, guys, seems really good. The game, I think, is running very, very well. Like, someone in Twitch is just talking right now about optimization, and it seems to be... I've had a couple hiccups this session, couple of things where it's like, wow, the game's just not responding to anything at all right now. What's going on? But for the most part, it's just really good. So we can knock Padua out if we want to pull a diplomat back. Looks like I'm probably not going to be able to help out Hungary and mess with Austria a bit. Even though I'd really like to give him some payback for that weird war he did on Bohemia. So Padua, he's got a claim on Venice, and he does have a lot of development. But I think all we really want from this guy is prestige and money, because we are kind of close to the relationship limit. We'll just take 116 ducats and 11 prestige, please. This one's going to require 6 troops. I don't have that many free right now. I almost could, though. Bohemia lost the next war. Pop off relations a little bit. I mean, seems unlikely I'm actually even going to be able to get this thing done before we're done with this war. We're already knocking down these forts pretty quickly. Okay, that one's done. This one's less important than knocking this guy out first. So even though this would be easier, because it's level 1, and we did, or do, have it blockaded. I think I'm going to get started on this one instead. I can definitely see the difference. We're getting almost no money in the loot pool. Like, hey, that's cool, right? 178 ducats sounds like a huge amount of money. But it's not, because we only get 10% of that, remember? So we get like 18 ducats. This is nothing. Man, those Turks are getting strong. Minimal loot burden. Does anyone else's game freeze for almost a minute when you try to save? Are you talking about in this specific mod? You have the mod? Did they release it already? I'm confused. Or are you just talking about EU4 in general? Alright, so the only other part to this peace deal is going to be giving all of Ferrara to our subject, which will hopefully not be too much aggressive expansion. Let's find out what it will be. Because I would probably prefer for the, you know, people to not get too mad. Still no coalition, 31 AE. Let's just say that every single person who's currently voting for me lost 31 opinion. That would be 31 reasons. We'd still have 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, we can do it. We can safely take both these provinces in this war. It's like Milan just picked up a new alliance. Also, I do find it interesting that my new subject doesn't get pulled into the war. He just doesn't. Got a little bit of debt. Don't really care about that. Waiting on sieges. I think we can try speed 4. See how well it runs. Why the Diplo focus? Because we were at the time doing cultural ideas, which is just a really solid idea group. It just gives good things. Most notably the idea cost and tech cost reductions, and I wanted to knock that out right away. And then also I had realized a little while ago that vassalization seems to be like the simplest, most straightforward method of expansion safely in this mod. So I wanted lots of extra Diplo points. That being said, we're not ahead of time on tech at all. We're the most behind on dip, so I do think that staying focused on it's not a bad idea. When do we get the next tier of ship? Caravel at Tech 15. Not too bad. Poland has no heir? Quite young, though. Poland has the Union, right? No, they don't. They're just allies. I'm sure he's royally married to, like, everyone, though. And Lithuania's got way more population than I do. Sure, vacillation is slow. I haven't played 100 years yet. Considering that I started off with 4 provinces as a minion under somebody else, I'd say that our growth is acceptable. I mean, what else could I really have done? Yeah, there are policies you can turn on to make it faster. I've already centralized the state as much as my maximum centralization will allow me to. I don't know how to increase it, so... I think we might be about 2 years away if things go well. The court's holding right where it's supposed to. Perfect. No! I've triggered a famine! Bad. Everyone run from the famine! Circumstances have conspired in such a way as to cause a famine in the countryside. If left unmitigated, it could unstabilize our country. Foment revolt. And not least of all, cause significant death among the peasants. We can intervene on behalf of those afflicted and attempt to mitigate the pain felt among the peasantry, but not only will it take some attention from our administrators, but also a significant amount of resources. Famine can result from a combination of numerous circumstances. Province trauma, high population density, poor weather, and war exhaustion will all increase famine risk. We barely have any war exhaustion, so it can't be that. As population grows more and more dense, it is ultimately impossible to completely prevent famine. Avoiding warfare, especially in your own territory and along your border, is the best way to avoid deep famines in your own country. All of the unrest and 1/2 of the death due to famine will be mitigated. At a cost of 40 admin and 145 ducats, and we could still lose stab. Or practical measures. Or just do nothing. Well, I think we do practical measures. Well, then again, we're trying to become the emperor. If we lose population, too much population, we'll stop being a large nation in the HRE. I guess we have to do everything. Cross your fingers! Yes! No stab hit! Woo! I am getting exceptionally lucky with stab. So, let's check the trade map and see if we can find this famine thing. We have a food shortage. Food shortage in the region has caused hardship for the people in this province, while rural peasants can still feed their families. The poorest of the poor are starving. Local unrest +2, local production efficiency -20. Mild province trauma. How did we get province trauma here? No one sieged this. Oh well. Red icon. Devastating famine. There is a devastating famine in this province, and it devastates the countryside. Entire villages are smothered in flies, rats, and carrion birds. It may take decades for the region to recover, and the worst is not over. That's bad. That's bad. Alright, let's get all of our troops back to our own land. I'm assuming Austria... Well, hold on. Austria's actually not done with their war. They're winning, but not by much. Maybe we could still intervene here. No, I'm not going to, though. I think I'm more interested in declaring war on Florence. Not to mention our aggressive expansion's a bit high, and we haven't even done the peace deal yet, so we gotta peace out, we gotta evaluate. Let's take some money from Mantua. Money and prestige. I don't want to take anything else. And then all that's left is 1. This will go to Bologna. 27 AE, no coalition. Take whatever money he's still got, and that'll do it. I find it interesting how there's a lot more population here. Even though this one's on the coast and has more buildings and more infrastructure. Anyway, I don't want to eat the unlawful territory. Let's see what our subject does. If he actually returns any of it, that would be unfortunate, but... Spoils of war, we will take the stab, because it seems to be working out for me. We'll lower maintenance to like 40% for the moment, because I think we're going to spend some time at peace. Apparently my subject has completed their mission. Yeah, we could use about 5 months at peace. 4 or 5 months. Let's check aggressive expansion, map mode. Yeah, we're up against the threshold. We got like 40 with quite a few people. But, as I said, I think you guys are overestimating the effects of aggressive expansion. These guys are all still fine with it. They don't care. But if I were to attack Florence, that would probably trigger the coalition, wouldn't it? I would guess yes. Here's an idea. We could do it again. We could try to intervene here. We could rival... Wait a minute, don't I have a truce with you? I can't intervene when I have a truce, can I? Never mind, there's no point in doing any of that. What do you guys think? I'm gonna let you guys decide. It's up to you. We'll create a poll. There you go. Your options are simple. Break the damn truce? No. That's nuts. That'd be horrible. So Twitch has decided that we should... what? Either rival and murder the Popo, or be a good Catholic for once. Check your total pop. I should, yeah. The famine may be screwing me over right now. People like the idea of murdering Popo, man. Sounds fun. I've never done that in this campaign. I've never, fought the Pope. Be aware that that does mean we could potentially get excommunicated. If Pope Man hates us, then whoever's Curia controller could excommunicate us. Alright, we have 106 total population right now. He lost one of his claims. The only province that he actually has a claim on is really easy. Ooh, mineral deposit found. What does that mean? Let's just assess this war. So, for example, I could rival the Pope, declare war on this guy using the Casus Belli that we have right now to use our subject's claim. Separate peace the Pope for humiliate to try to get our power projection up, which I'm assuming still does the same things. It does. In M&T, the Pope can excommunicate you even if he isn't the controller. Damn. So Pope Man is allied to these guys. They're all right adjacent to each other. The only drawback here was that they had quite a bit of a tech advantage. The other option was to attack Lucca, this little tiny guy right here. And while this does seem somewhat dangerous, attacking while there is a famine seems like a bad idea. Many of the subjects, many of the people that would join are too far away, and the Emperor is not going to be in the war, and it'll just be very, very hard for them to actually get down here. They have to ask for military access through like 4, 5, 6 nations, and with this whole, like, you have to have plus 30 opinion thing, I don't think the AI can get down here. So that means that the only people we'd actually have to fight are him and Venice. That's it, just these two. Venice would probably end up giving me military access to over here. I could march from my land into Milan, into my subject's land, and then we're like right there. We're like a province away. Somehow we would get through. We do have naval superiority. And then on top of that, I think I should call in Aragon into something. You can always go west into France. No Casus Belli, good relations, and having a royal marriage. Seems risky. A pissed Pope is trouble. You don't tell me that Twitch did that thing where they tell me I should do the opposite of what makes sense because they think it's funny. They didn't do that, did they? Yes, yes, did, always. Twitch would never do that. Somebody says. Haha, very funny. Only drawback is if I try to vassalize, I'll go over the relationship limit right now. We're not in a position where we can actually integrate this guy. We can't integrate anybody right now. Some of them do have pretty high opinion now. We have 106 with you. I think we do a pass of improving relations, and then we try to bring those other guys closer. Get their opinion as high as possible. And then do the thing. Twitch is a very serious play where only serious people talk. Very serious place, I think you mean? That is a lot of money. From Padua. Why does Padua... He must have taken a huge loan or something. I think I can do the plus 10 integration 10 years of integration with all three of them. What I was waiting for was for a lot of the was at war and annexed stuff to decay. Because you can only do it once per lifetime now. Or like once per ruler's lifetime. Not just like every 5 years or 10 years or something. So I think you want to wait until you have a nice high opinion with them to give you the best possible chance of them saying yes. Nice was pretty quick, yeah. It didn't take very long to integrate him at all. Peace is still pretty mad. So this guy's got 109, this guy's got 119. Let's try it with the Bologna guy. F19. Oh, F18. Bologna. I want to negotiate for a tighter bond. Or we could also turn on one of these policies. The Vassal Integration Act, it doesn't say it in the top of the tooltip, it says at the bottom. The main effect will be that the assimilation process will progress 10% faster. It assimilates nations faster on this one, and on this one. So you get 10% income from vassals, but also the main effect is that they assimilate quicker. But I think we just negotiate for a tighter bond here. And they've rejected it. Sweet. So I just spent 75 monarch points for no reason. Seems like they reject it a lot these days. Bastards. Fine. Bastards, just stay subjects forever. We have a CB against Tyrol, who is allied to Austria, who I believe is my rival. We have a truce with him, so it doesn't matter. And actually, depending on how his war is going, he's technically winning, but he might not want to defend this guy. You think it's because of the different culture group? I don't know. Demian told me that it was just the like opinion was the factor. October of 41. A truce with Tyrol right now. We have no truce with Milan. We could use this guy's cores to fight Genoa, Switzerland. Genoa is like not a factor at all. This guy is super far away. 1, 2, 3 provinces. He's just getting wrecked left and right. But granted, this guy had 12 troops, wasn't it? I think. And then Switzerland, he's actually fallen quite far behind on tech. Great powers: Ming, Jampur, France, Bengal, Bahmani, Multan, Joseon, East Asia, Madurai, Indian subcontinent. So we're nowhere near great power status. A lot of Asian great powers. We gave too much concessions to the nobles. They control the country, and our decisions have to be approved by them. We can't do anything to change the situation. They now have elective monarchy. The concessions to nobles to 2. So similar to vanilla. And I like support my dude and stuff. One thing I gotta remember is that we just turned one of our alliances into a subject. So we do have another alliance slot. France, unfortunately, has reached their alliance limit. We could ally Cologne. Flanders. Hohenzollern. Lots of people like us. We're nice people. Milan and Meioux can be deceptively strong. Oh, sweet. 24 burger loyalty? That's awesome. I'm still going to offer them favors again. I don't know. Is there an actual effect for them being loyal? Because their loyalty is above 70%, this has the following effects. Monthly autonomy change plus 0.1. Was it less? Was it different before? I feel like it's less. This has the following effects. Monthly autonomy change plus 0.25. I guess when they're... I think when they're loyal, it just reduces the autonomy. Oh, you also think loyalty enables more interaction decisions. Interesting. Demand support. No, those are all the same. That hasn't changed. They still have no privileges that I can revoke. I only have 200 ducats. This is the one that I really need to get loyalty on. Would have been better if it was the other way around. So close. They started off as the Ottomans and now they're the Turkish. That is not the Byzantine. That's not Byzantium. Morea is still down there. They're independent. Looks like Byzantium either doesn't exist or is already dead. Corruption, culture of decadence. We can accept the decadence or we can risk losing... Alright, I hate this because I'm not able to fight corruption. State corruption, I can't click this button, it doesn't work. So the last time I got this one, state factionalism, apparently that's going to be permanent now. State corruption, it'll never go away. So I feel like I have to take this risk. So 50% chance we lose 1. 0.5 times 0.75. We have a 37.5% chance again of losing no stab. Either way, we're going to lose 100 admin, though. We're just not going to accept the corruption, though, I think. Cross your fingers! Damn. Well, we only lost 1. I thought 4th time was going to be the charm. We're probably going to end up increasing back to 2 on the next tick, because the stability increase threshold will change. But... no, it's working just fine. We just got exceptionally lucky, that's all. 3 in a row without having a problem is kind of crazy. By the way, that subject never returned to the unlawful territory. Lithuania has no heir. Who the hell is Mansfeld? It's a 4 population, small little tiny country. None of these look worthwhile. Yeah, the Pope, or the current Emperor, he doesn't really like me that much, but we can try to keep him happy with me. Castile has finally declared war on Granada. Is the crusade that I called still active? It is, so he gets all the perks, huh? Cool. Congrats, Castile. Big wars are happening over here. I'm sure Lithuania's going to call in. Ooh, he lost his alliance with Portugal. Sorry, Poland. Poland and Lithuania are no longer friends. What Scandinavia's up to? Bohemia hates Austria, but I can't pick up an alliance with him. I want to attack again. I feel like I need to do something. What primary culture is Scandinavia? They've got Swedish, Finnish. Their primary culture is Danish, because they were formed from Denmark. Religion is kind of a pretty boring map mode right now. It's nothing really all that different. We've got Orthodox, Catholic. I mean, there is no Reformation yet. It hasn't fired. We got Shamanist up there, though. Some Miaphysite, some Sinna and Sunni in this region. And then over here is Shiite. If this current emperor could just go ahead and die... then I'd feel a whole lot better about attacking people. Isa gets problems. Negative 21 here, though. The unrest has still just never been a real issue. France has declared recover French provinces. They are attacking Lorraine, who has to be a prince. I'm assuming the emperor. The emperor has declined the defensive call. Maybe, oh, I don't know, maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't have elected him? I mean, you guys are just gonna let France run rampant here. Who's invading the Mamluks? You guys catch everything. I like zoom out for 3 seconds and you guys are like, it's mostly pretenders, it looks like. Weird, pretenders that aren't black. Like, black lines is what I'm saying. No, he's at peace. Those are pretender occupation lines. I feel like this war, yeah, the war has turned around on Hungary. Our education level has changed. Yeah! We have high level education. I was right. It was at 65%. So we now have 65.421% education level. Let's go see what the benefits of high education are. All I remember is 10 and 5. 15 and 7.5, so it's 50% better. Probably 50% better across the board. Nice. Nice, nice. Useful. That was what we were waiting for on tech, so let's go ahead and take tech then. Is there still in this mod, spy study technology? Yes, but not till Diplotech 21. Alright, we're gonna take Diplotech then. And we're going to keep on working on the ideas, I think, before we do any more military tech, but diplomatic, administrative ideas or technology is totally fine. Expansion capacity gets better. That corruption, though. Am I still warned by France? No. Whoa! Austria got bent! Austria will end their overlordship over Fiume. Austria will pay 21 ducats. Austria's a loser! Construction is running over budget. Even with these numbers, assuming that we don't go over 50 AE, I think I can safely attack somebody again. So I'm gonna go for Lawrence, I think. Ah, damn tech disparity. It's a tech level that matters too. Look at the infantry fire, cavalry fire. Better, I mean, these unit types. We've got 6, 7, 8, 9 pips versus 7 and 6. So 9 versus 13 pips. That's a huge upgrade in number of pips on these infantry. And the cavalry, they go from 7, 9 to 7 plus 6, 13. Again, so it's 4 pips. That's a huge swing. So I don't think I can actually justify going to war while we're behind on this military tech level. And that's not even factoring in the fire value. Having the cav go from 0.1 to 0.18, they get 80% more fire damage. So it's going to be a significant advantage for them. Hey, stability back up to 2 again. Base value, relative worth. I mean, they didn't straight up, like, remove threatened war, right? That's still a thing you can do. Can you show the units for Tech 12, please? Didn't we just do that? Tech 12, there is no Tech 12 unit. Tech 14 unit. There's no Tech 12. Whoa, Florence, they tell us of the event the Signoria. Long live Piero. What in the heck is the Signoria? In Italian history, the rise of the Signoria is a phase often associated with the decline of the medieval commune system. Alright, cool. We must attack somebody. Milan's on 14 as well now. We're falling behind on that. Nice! Greater noble loyalty improves. Which means it's about to go down, because we're going to demote them. In 68 months we could try to revoke another privilege, but I do want to take a save here, just in case this proves to be a horribly bad decision. But I don't think it's a big deal. I think we just sacrifice loyalty to demote them, which seems fine. I don't know. So we lose loyalty. Do we chance losing the stab? Probably not. I think we just spend the military points. If I had a button where I could convert military points directly into stability, I would click it non-stop. So this just makes sense. So we lose 10 of the loyalty. I can't face Austria right now. Because Austria is... We have a truce. We have a truce with Austria. Remember from when we intervened in the Bohemian War? Crap! This is the same event that we got when we promoted the lesser nobles. I sure hope that this isn't bugged too, and just like completely removes the greater nobles from my country. Let's try the thorough option. Last time I did fast. I wish I could do more while at peace, but there's not much. I need like 900 ducats to build anything. Everything is really expensive. Greater nobles demote in Nizza. All dynasties decline, and the greater nobles of Nizza are no exception. A loss of prestige and power has sufficiently eroded their rights to such an extent that they are now second-tier lesser nobles. Okay, so Nizza. We have a new estate again. We are back to lesser nobles. So here they are, yay! They actually have money from... Oh, and they have privileges too. Cool, so now I have even more corruption. Because... Well, I don't yet, but soon I expect it'll be up there, because now we have these guys who are causing problems too. Perhaps it was better when they didn't exist. I don't think you can demote the peasants into... nothing. I think... I assume if the nobles aren't in charge, that the... burghers would end up in charge. I don't have any provinces in my entire country that are just like the state. Because the state is the... The state is the percentage that has no autonomy. Holy crap, we have 4% autonomy in our capital right now. And it's still trending downward. Despite the fact that the burghers are technically in control here. So it might end up being something like that, where we have like 0% autonomy burghers. Piombino now also has lesser nobles. Still looking great on inheritance. I've taken this mission so long ago, and I haven't done anything with it. I'm just kind of stuck right now. Stuck behind Tech 14, and I have no military points. I suppose I could focus military. We could try to catch up on military. We still have military ideas to knock out. That would make sense. Let's focus mil. And not to mention that kind of balances the nation out a bit, which is good. How is France all vassals? He's got a lot. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 vassals. How he has 12 relationship slots for all of those, I don't know. Seems like a lot. Decentralized plus vassal of same culture group gives you free Diplo slots. What would be the specific number to be decentralized? I'm at 40 centralization. Is that enough to get slots if they were of my same culture group? All right, we're gonna go this way. I'm not attacking these guys with Tech 14, but I'll attack Lucca. We'll do the thing where we fight all of the trade league that can't actually get down here. And then I figure what I'll do is I'll turn on this policy, and we'll just have a 7th vassal. It happens. We are the Emperor. 1, 2, 3. There's only 6 electors right now. Huzzah! We're the Emperor! Yay! So, this I did check last night. It hasn't changed at all. We get the same exact benefits, I think, as vanilla. We get reduced construction costs, some more yearly prestige. We get an extra diplomat, more diplomatic reputation, sweet. Soon, we're going to have yearly prestige, yearly legitimacy, and court creation cost -10. Soon, we're going to have, we're going to revoke the privilegia, and we're going to have all minions. Obviously. Ah, true. Crap. Now that I'm the Emperor, that doesn't mean that they can march down here, doesn't it? Well, I guess it's a good thing that didn't happen while we were at war. Let's reassess if that makes sense or not. So we would have to fight all these 3, plus these 2. They could all march down here. I mean, I could call Aragon in. Aragon probably has a fair number of men. 12,000 troops on Tech 13. Not to mention we could do most of the damage pretty quickly. It's a level 1 fort. We could just siege it down real quick. Okay, what else do we get from being the Emperor? We may take the following diplomatic actions: bestow Imperial grace, enforce unity, grant electorate, grant free city status, demand unlawful territory. However, I think demand unlawful territory, I think that was disabled. I think that's what Sun Wu said. You can demand Mesen and Bologna return the unlawful territory. See? Demand the return of unlawful territory to the Emperor. Nope. Nope. There's peace internally in the Empire, so the Imperial authority increases by 0.1 every month. The 15 free cities in the Empire increase Imperial authority by 0.07. There are currently 117 members out of the 80 needed to maintain legitimacy. This changes Imperial authority by 0.04. There is, or that rather there are, only 6 electors in the Empire, and there need to be 7. There's currently 1 heretic prince. Who is that? We have a heretic prince. I don't see anything that's not Catholic, so what? Who's the heretic prince? You think the Pope counts as heretic? What? How could the Pope be a heretic? No, Bohemia is... They're Catholic. Okay, well, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. I can't really affect that yet, can I? So we need to choose a new elector. Probably somebody that likes me already. Currently we got Bohemia, Brandenburg, Cologne, Mainz, Saxony, Trier. So standard. Who stopped being an elector? I think the Palatinate did. Why don't we just give it back to the Palatinate? Where the hell did they go? Where did he go? Oh, make yourself an elector. Can I do that? I don't think you can do that. Say Bayern inherited him. Just outright inherited him. Wow. I don't see that I can grant myself the electorate. Pick a theocracy. Okay. I forget, is there a government map mode? Yes. Trent. Little tiny bishopric nearby. It's in the Venetian node. Kind of don't like the fact that it's in the Venetian node. Republic. Theocracy of the government of Bezel. 2 population. You may grant the electorate to up to 3 theocracies as per the Golden Bull of 1355. So it's not, I can't do it. Make your vassal an elector. Then I would get a penalty for integrating a vassal, and then I would also get the opinion penalty with everyone for having a vassal that is controlled. No, and I can't do it anyway. So it cannot be a theocracy. Why not the administrative republic? The Empire can have a maximum of 15 free cities. Okay. I'm gonna go with this guy. He's in a node that I don't care about. He's further upstream. These don't steer toward anything that I'm in, and so I don't think I'm ever gonna want to kill him. Just grant him it. Of course, he's not very happy with me. It's fine, though. He'll probably vote for me. Here's the January calculation. Oh my god. Yeah, he's voting for us hard. He's happy about it. We have gained the Imperial ban CB against everyone. Alright, so we have Imperial ban on Burgundy, France, Bologna, Flanders. Burgundy, France, Flanders. Imperial ban on Flanders. Allied to Scandinavia and England. Fun! Yeah, that seems like a bad idea. How about Burgundy? Is a vassal underneath France. Not so fun. How about France directly? Still not very fun. Nope. Doesn't look good. And then, of course, my subject, Bologna. So the Imperial ban CB is not going to do too much for us. Finally, there are a couple other ancillary benefits to being the Emperor. We get the ability to do those interactions, but also spy network construction, 5%. Possible advisors +1, global institution spread rate, tax income 3.75, 2,550 manpower increase. Decent. Some more papal yearly prestige and quite a bit of yearly papal influence. And also 4 land force limit. And declare on Bologna. I'm not going to declare my subject. You want me to take a 5 stab hit piece? I could demand unlawful territory. How ridiculous is that? Is it? Can I do it? No, I can't. It's not even allowed. Never mind. So, we're the Emperor. That does change things. I don't want to attack Lucca now because everyone else will get involved. The Imperial Authority reform threshold, yes, I think it is still at 50. So in 4 months we should be able to pass this reform, assuming we get support. There are 105 princes for the reform, so they're all about it. Alright, the Kingdom of Italy and the Empire. For years now, Imperial authority over the Kingdom of Italy has been waning. Successive emperors have failed to impose their will on the Italian states. Large areas that are formerly part of the Empire have been lost to Venice and the Papal States. who rejected the Empire's right to them. Unless it is firmly brought back into the Empire, these states may slip out. The region of the Kingdom of Italy. The region of the Kingdom of Italy? Well, we're the Emperor. We might as well add some of this land to the HRE. Nice. That still gives Imperial authority as well. So a big part of the reason why people are voting for me right now is because we have 50 Imperial authority. If we spend all of this, we will lose 50 reasons, but they're still very supportive. So I think we pass the reform. We get 10% reduced core creation cost, even more yearly prestige and legitimacy. Seems fine. We passed the reform. Next is the Gemeiner Pfennig. This is an old event that doesn't display properly. Basically, everything north of Naples except the city of Rome itself. So you're saying I need to conquer Italy? Good. I was planning on doing that anyway. Do we have new valid rivals? Now that I am technically stronger. Ooh. Who was it that was always on there before? The Papal State. No, the Papal State was on there. Who was the other one? Austria. No? Yeah. Austria was the other one that was valid. Check the list of princes against. I see Hawaii in the list. Wow, you have a good eye if you saw it that quick. Yeah, there are 20 princes against this reform. Hawaii. That might be our guy who's not the right religion. Oops. Somehow there's like a dude living out in the Hawaiian island, like on the other side of the country, or on the other side of the, you know, the other continent, across 2 oceans. This dude in the HRE. Impressive. Someone should forward that. In fact, I'll do that right now. Hey, yeah, that's kind of nuts. Hawaii is actually a special nation that they use to calculate things. Oh. He probably already knew about that. Interesting. Still, that shouldn't count against me, should it? For them being the wrong religion? They should be whatever religion the Emperor is. I'm losing 0.01 per month. That's not allowed. That's unfair. So I need 80 minimum princes in order to maintain the growth of Imperial authority. However, can I... If I have more member states, does it still increase the number, or is it just going to be the fixed rate? Holy crap! We gain 3.8 legitimacy a year. That's quite a bit. You think more does make better? Okay. Well, let's try to prevent people from doing stuff then. Assuming we don't lose control of the Empire, which I don't really see how we would at this point, considering that we're we're weaker. We were weaker, now we're stronger. Like, we should be able to probably keep it at this point. These are all the other people that would consider an alliance. A real alliance, not just a, you know, it'd be kind of cool if maybe we could always get an alliance with one of the electors. Or just keep the relationship slot free. In case France loses his royal marriage. You will respect the religious rights of the princes? Hell no! They try to switch the religion on us? We decided to be a good damn Pope man. The search was on exact typing? What? No, it doesn't show nations that you don't have revealed. The reason that they're not showing up is that it's obscured by fog of war. I don't know where Hawaii is yet. It's all undiscovered. I can't ally France. France has too many alliances. They've reached their alliance limit with one, apparently. You're only allowed to have so many alliances depending on the size of your country and the tech that you have. 53, 58, 53, so like a long time, basically. So, assuming that I want to stay the Emperor, I should not try to eat anyone that's already part of the Empire. We should... Wait, why are you not a prince? No wonder we have unlawful territory on this guy. I forgot that... Huh. So, if you're not a prince... I could, theoretically, go into Bologna, seize a province, and then return it. We could create Ferrara again, so there's another guy. Long term, that would give me more imperial authority and allow me to revoke the privilegia faster, but short term, it makes me weaker because my subject would lose that province. How does he have 48.7% autonomy if it's not a state? Like, he doesn't have any core on it at all. No core. Seize 2 provinces and vassalize Ferrara? Well, I wasn't originally planning on doing Grayskin, but yeah, it kind of seemed... Well, at the very least, revoking the Privilegia sounds like a lot of fun. You know, like, get the Vassal Swarm. Try that out. Dorado will cede most of their land, but they're not dead. They have a 19 population province remaining, and they also have a 1 population province remaining. Do you want to be my friends, Granada? How about you be my ally? They're not over their relationship limit. I'm tempted to do it, actually. I don't want Castile to get any stronger, and the advantage to allying Granada would be that secularism. It says right down at the very bottom of this big, huge tooltip, your religious tolerance, your relationship with heathens, +10 for neighboring a heathen, +10 for being at war with a religious enemy, and -10 for allying a heathen. So I could ally a heathen to try to become more secular. Granted, we're still pretty damn pious, but it's a progress. It's a process. I love the idea of doing Vassal Swarm. I haven't done that, I think, since, like, I don't know, when I played as Austria, probably. Genoa was a prince at one point. I assume he can't be a prince anymore since his capital got moved out of the HRE. So he's just like a little derp out there. If France attacks the Empire again, I will have to defend against France. So we've got an alliance with Aragon. We'll probably need at least one more to offset the power of the French. Unfortunately, all the big guys are... Okay, Lithuania would accept an alliance. He's behind on military tech a bit. And he's losing a war to Muscovy. Is Burgundy independent? No, they're a vassal under a vassal under France. We could ally Scotland. That would... Oh, Scotland is allied with England, so England's never going to try to attack him. He's probably going for like the diplomatic thing. Let's say France decides to attack the Empire tomorrow. Who's he going to call in? He's going to call in just Castile, if anyone. Or he'll do it on his own. If I had an alliance with Scotland, would that actually benefit me? Not really. Aragon would definitely benefit me. Naples. Naples would benefit me. Damn it. How come everyone's reached their freaking alliance limit? The Turkish Empire? Are you crazy? Oh my god, they're not at their relationship limit. You are a freaking bajenius. A bajenius. Don't ally anyone. Save this slot for me. I'm the Emperor. I will be your friend. I will love you long time. The bastardization of this campaign, turning... Not only do we start off as a subject, a junior subject in a personal union, then we become independent, like, pretty quickly. Then we become the Emperor, and now we're going to ally the Turks? Ugh. Turn the Fuggers offer down, or let SF Fugger run our finances. The Fuggers were a peasant family of weavers. The company declined at the end of the 16th century because of state bankruptcies. So if we say yes, we lose stab. 2 of our provinces get the Fuggers. Seems pretty bad. Just take the stab. Pope's gonna be pissed? Oh well. Earlier, you guys wanted me to rival him. Oh, the Emperor's dead. We died. We got reelected. 10 more Imperial authority. Sweet. Regency. What? What? Are you saying they elected my Regency Council? I thought that a child couldn't be the Emperor. That's kind of weird. Why'd I lose the relationship slot? Even in vanilla, your heir can get elected? Alright. Shows you how often I've played as the Emperor. Not that often. Oh, is the Regency affecting the relationship limit? Civil War in Bohemia. No, I'm not saying that we... I know France, the royal marriage with France is over, but the, we were at 5 out of 6. Well, we were at 6 out of 6 with the French royal marriage. We weren't over the relationship limit. For some reason, my relationship limit has come down, and I'm not sure why. Oh, you know what? My previous ruler had a trait that gave a relationship slot. That's what it was. It's a pretty damn good Regency Council right there. Well, I suppose we better hope to get a baby soon. France is still friendly, but he will not accept any kind of an alliance. They've apparently reached their alliance limit twice. I'm not going to go over the relationship limit yet. We're behind time on tech. Got 5 royal marriages active. Our chance for new heir should be pretty good. Here goes our royal marriage with Montferrat. Regency will affect our ability to build this up, but so long as we have a Regency, I think we can still declare wars, yes? No. Well, looks like I know what we're doing for the next 10 years. 8 years, whatever it is. Let's tell these guys we want to be buddies. They hate Hungary and Lithuania. I can't do anything about that. I do. I have unrest in Pisa. 0.1 unrest. But that'll tick down every month. The base there at the very top is ticking down, so that'll go away within a month or two. Not being able to declare war isn't as bad in MNT. I would agree with that. I mean, we streamed for like 3 hours last night, answering questions, talking to the devs, that stuff, and I didn't really do much for... Whoa. With the rediscovery of the classics, there has been a shift in the focus of personal collections. No longer restrained to the dusty cellars of monasteries, ancient texts as well as more modern writings on similar subjects are being read across the nation. Alright. I say I'm not a huge fan of losing stab, but okay. Our court level's going down, but it's not decaying fast enough to really matter. Education's actually still on the rise. Releasing princes gives you a IA. Doesn't say how much you would get, though. Yeah, my state power is pretty damn high, 52%. I mean, it's pretty organized. What was somebody just saying to try? Oh, revoke a privilege? Is it time? I don't think it's time yet. We can't revoke privileges for 43 months. Are we getting some? Yeah, the lesser nobles, now that they exist, they're increasing corruption slightly. But they're... I feel like this is bugged, because... Usually when it says months remaining 0, it's because you have like a pop-up that's pending. But all of these things are still just saying 0 months remaining. Except for this one. But I basically can't interact with these guys. You're suggesting that we should release Modena as a... I want to see how the First War with France goes before I weaken myself at all. England, nope. France has declared war upon England. They cite trade protection, of all things. And he called Castile into the war. So, let's see who has the bigger navy. Castile's got 27 ships. England's got 25. France, whose flag is different, has 3. So it's basically the Castilian Navy versus the English Navy, and the English probably have some ideas now that affect their navy. They've got trade power, trade steering, production efficiency. They went quality. That doesn't affect navies at all. I don't know, we'll see. Depends on which AI is stupider. But trade protection of all things is a weird CB. Hopefully we get lucky and England wins and, like, annuls their alliance or something. So there's the Ethiopian conquest going on, the French-English war. There's not much. No one that I can really intervene with or anything. England light ships are badass. Wow, are they actually different? Look at that. What do you know? We're actually ahead of time on admin. Sweet. I can't attack Milan. I know, it'd be nice. I can't attack anyone. I have a Regency Council right now. Nothing I can really do about it, as far as I know. Unhappy Merchants has expired. So, and France is off to a decent start. They are winning so far. 3 war score from 2 battles. But they used such a weird CB. Defend, it's about ports. It's causing us to be behind on Miltech. We had a really bad military skill advisor, and I was focusing DIP for a long time. Aragon no longer considers them. They've rivaled England. Hey. You guys ready for this unholiness? The unholiness of this alliance is ridiculous! Papal State became the papal controller. We have too many diplomatic relations. I don't care, we're allied to the damn Turks. It's disgusting. Despicable, even. That is a relationship slot well spent. And actually, let's just do this. We'll just turn on this, oh, we can't turn this on yet. Diplotech 20. I could have sworn that was allowed last night when I was looking at it. I guess not. It would make a lot of sense to turn it on. So we're over the limit anyway, we're spending the points anyway, might as well just turn it on. I'm pretty sure they will get land. He will get war, dynastism, mechanic to steal cores during war. So you think even though he declared a really weird CB, he can still take land from that guy? So yeah, we started off as like this little 4-province minor. Now we're the emperor allied to the Sunni menace of Catholicism. It's Sultan Abdul Rahman Azmanali. 654. I thought Siena was my vassal. Scandinavians declared war upon their enemy Scotland. CB Conquest. Terrible communication. So is England going to defend? Nope. They're going to break their alliance with that Scottish guy. Scotland's screwed. Yeah, there are 2 policies, but I don't want to spend... I was going to spend the Diplo points on that policy because I'm spending a Diplo point for being over the relationship limit anyway, so I'm going to spend it anyway. I might as well spend it on a policy which increases the integration or assimilation process. But I don't want to spend admin points. Actually, maybe I do. We're ahead of time on admin tech right now. And we did switch to a different focus. In 8 years. Base cost is 400, so 8 years times 40. Well, yeah, so 320 points less than what it's saying right now. I only need 497 for the next tech. We already have 265. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. We actually have enough admin. It's not like I can spend the admin on development or something. You know, there's literally nothing you can spend it on, so we might as well just do income from vassals and integrate faster. Now, I can't declare wars, but if England likes me enough, I could enforce peace. No, damn it, I can't. Wait. Right back up to +2. So if I can't enforce peace, I would need to probably, what, be a great power? Maybe you still can't even do it as a great power. Sure. Next administrative tech could allow us to do another administrative idea group. I haven't thought about it yet. It's not like we have to worry about policies. We just have to decide like what makes the most sense. So we went administrative because that's what the game started us off with. We had like 2 of those, and I didn't want to just waste the monarch points. It's a pretty good idea group too. I don't mind having it. We went culture because it just made a lot of sense. The idea cost and technology cost reductions, getting those early. We went for leadership because we had excess military points at the time, and it looked like the best military idea group. So the question is, do we want to go for an administrative or a diplomatic group? Considering that we're playing as the Emperor now, I'm kind of thinking diplomatic looks pretty good. Ooh, diplomatic has annexation costs in it now instead of influence ideas. Diplomat relate to relations. Monthly war exhaustion down automatically. In vanilla, isn't this like cost of reducing war exhaustion? Yeah, because war cabinet comes from innovative. Improve relations is amazing. That's pretty good. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. That's freaking amazing. This is like look at this thing. Lowered impact on stability from diplomatic actions and 25% reduced diplomatic annexation costs. Holy crap. That's nuts. Alright, so looking at diplomatic. If we had diplomatic, once we have finished the diplomatic idea group, we will then be able to see in the list of ideas eminence and influence, which I have no idea what those are. I think that that's a pretty strong sell for diplomatic ideas. Eminence and influence both sound amazing for the way this campaign is going. Alternatively, because we took leadership, leadership is not a prereq for anything. Administrative gives us the ability to pick up empire and expansion. Three colonists? Unfortunately, I switched over off of diplomatic in favor of trying to get caught up on military, because we're like 2 or 3 techs behind. But man, diplomatic ideas is looking really good. Diplomatic is good stuff. Let's Habsburg it up. We're no Habsburgs. We are the Regency Council of the Barcelona. The Barcelonas. You want engineering? I didn't see that one. Where's it? You have to go economic to get engineering? Well, what is it? I don't see anything wrong with the administrative idea group. It's okay. You know, another idea is that consider this. What if we went for something to intentionally try to lean towards secularism? If we got humanist ideas, we could have -40 piety. If we were, let's just say we got all the way to total secularism, then we could permanently have tech costs -12. Let's save so many monarch points. And then advisor cost -12 is okay. That would basically just give us more money to buy better advisors. So more monarch points. Economic engineering. Well, engineering, the fact that buildings are as expensive as they are, I am kind of interested in what you're talking about. Let's see. What does our heir's monarch points look like? Well, he's really good at admin. Maybe we do. I mean, I do really like the way that diplomatic sounds moving into those other ones, but maybe we do an administrative eye group first, then a diplomatic. Or, actually, if I want engineering, I'll probably go admin. Engineering bonus. Hostile attrition 1. Organized construction. Build cost -15. Unified construction plans. Global autonomy -0.05. Multi-role artillery. Siege ability 20. So 20%. That's awesome. Engineer, advisor. Leader siege equals 1. So an extra guaranteed leader siege pip. New fortification techniques. Defensiveness +2. That's on the defensive siege. Okay. In an effort to advance their own interests, the Turkish Empire has decided to give us 2.69 ducats each month for the next 20 years. Sweet. Thanks. Improved gunpowder, artillery, cost is reduced, and then architecture studies, admin tech modifier -10. It does look pretty good. Yeah, the siege stuff appeals to me a lot, and then the construction stuff is pretty good. I know that the cost modifiers are additive, so like if you have a province with freaking like ridiculous infrastructure, 180%. It's not like having, I mean, we've already seen this actually. I think my country has something that reduces build cost. Something, yeah, right there. Construction cost -5. If you look at it, so you go to build something, we have Corvée -5 and Reichsreform -2, but these all get added together. So it's not like you're going to lose a third of the cost to build a building or something. It doesn't work that way. Yeah. The 666 alliance. The unholy BS is happening. Hey man, this is just how it has to happen. We need to make sure that this guy doesn't ever stop being disloyal. Like, sorry, doesn't ever stop being loyal. We're gonna offer him access, and we're gonna gain access, and we're gonna just be like, hey dude, come let's have a party, it'll be cool, I promise you'll have a good time. We've gained some force limit. No! Why did you do that, Arumba? Oh wait, hold on, never mind. I needed to do the, I need military tech so I can attack somebody, but we can't attack anybody because we're in a Regency. So we just have to spend time. Just have to wait. There's peace internally. Yay. Everyone loves me. Every single elector is voting this way. We have excellent diplomatic reputation. Provence is actually a surprisingly strong candidate for emperor. One of the big modifiers that you get for being voted for is diplomatic reputation and legitimacy, and we have tons of modifiers that raise legitimacy. We're in a Regency and we're gaining legitimacy. We're a super legitimate Regency. Prestige, we finished that idea group, which also helps. We've got a bunch of modifiers on there. Also, our court is impressive. Poland has laid a claim to Lithuania. Okay. The event helped or hindered with Hamburg, or lose 2 Imperial authority. Nope, not losing Imperial authority. I think I need to cancel this mission. We can't declare war now anyway. Yes. Might as well lower maintenance if we're not going to be able to declare war. You're right. Lithuania has no heir. England has no heir. They're both very, very young, and we're not the Curie controller. Ah, man. Fishing for subjects would be so much easier if we had diplomatic ideas. Are you going to reform the empire? Assuming we keep control? Absolutely. We could just freely fish for royal marriages. We'd get so many eventually. Be awesome. Okay, I could try to save up money to build a workshop here. You know, eventually, oh, I don't want to destroy a building. Eventually, the burghers should build the workshop, right? If they have enough money. It's only 867 ducats. No big deal, right? They've got 336. We could just let them do it. Or I could try to, like, siphon their wealth out and use that to build something. Alternatively, one thing we can do, especially since we know we're not going to use the manpower now for a while, would be to spend our manpower on infrastructure. So what do you think? Should we build road? Let's say we want to build a road. Do we want to build a road in the capital first? Or do we want to build the road in the province adjacent to the capital? What's going to give us the best overall communication efficiency spread rate? Is it going to be like Civ 5, where you have to like have a contiguous path of roads that are all the same level before you like get the bonus, because like moving from one road's different? Build a fort? Build fort, adjacent, capital. Build road in capital. Build railroad, capital. Capital always first. That seems like a lot of people suggesting capital, so... Construct roads in this province. Base road upgrade cost, 500. The population's at 19, so it's got an increase of 22%. This costs 610 ducats. We can just pay it ourselves. What? It's going to let me click that button despite not having any money? No way. Or we can contribute manpower to the effort. Whoa! 22,875 manpower. It's a lot of my manpower. But it's 450 gold, and we can't go to war because we have Regency. And if we have no manpower at all, then we'll get a modifier that increases manpower recovery rate. We have something right now, I think, or we might be like right in the middle. Just do half? If I do half, there's no chance that I can click the button soon. Let's do it. All of our bodies, all of our young boys, they're dead. Murdered them. Now, apparently, because the money is small enough, we can actually convince the locals to spend the money. How much money does the local province have? Economic data. The rural wealth is 146. Rural wealth grows faster. Let's have the rural wealth pay for it. They can't cover it. So if the cost is 152.5, we just wait a little bit, and they might be able to pay for it. And we can just have a road for free. Oh, low manpower gives many negatives. Really? You sure about that? Because I see we just got positive 35% manpower recovery rate. Seems pretty good. Sure, we get army tradition decay rate, but so? Oh my god, they now have the War of the Roses as well. So not only did England break their alliance, I think they dishonored their call to defend Scotland against Scandinavia. They got attacked by France, and now they have the War of the Roses. Solid. Yes, of course I can kill the 23,000 people and say that the road was free. Obviously. It's fine. It's their duty. All they're doing is just doing their duty for the Empire. Coastal provinces use boats and harbors. I'm pretty sure I actually heard Demian say that it checks both. It'll check for a contiguous land route, and then it will also check if there are ports. I think it takes the better of the two. Support Burgundy's independence. Depends if they actually are disloyal or not. Oh, they are. How did you know that? Did you just assume that they were? Because they're Burgundy? Whoa. That's a lot of subjects that are disloyal. Have they started to band together? Bourbonnais and Valentinos. So 3 of the vassals of France have actually banded together. I'm not seeing an option to support independence, actually. Is that because he's a different type of subject? He's actually called an autonomous vassal, which is different, isn't it? These guys are all considered to be autonomous vassals. It might not be possible for me to support independence. I can see why they find it unlikely that anyone's going to be able to do a world conquest. I've been playing for like almost 100 years. It's very difficult to do a lot. It still feels impactful. Everything you do is a very impactful thing in the game, and it's fun, and I like it. But it's not like you can just, you know, fabricate 4 claims in 5 years and then just go murder everyone. It doesn't work that way. You should become papal controller again. Protect against Milan. You want me to wait 90% of 25 years? I mean, we could try to become the Curie controller. We have a... chance. 37% chance. It's better than in the other ones. I can't eat Milan. I am in a Regency. We have 5 years. Here, someone write this down in Twitch. Regency ends 3rd of August, 1448. Alright, trying to understand this. So many lines. That is not Sicily, is it? It is. There's just so many little arrows here. If I don't put a merchant to steer here, I can't really control that. That's not a good location for a boat right now. You lied to me, game. I think we just stick with pilfering money from the Venetians. It's worked well. There's actually not a penalty for using... I'm collecting in 2 different nodes right now, and we're not getting a penalty to trade power. Normally you would get a huge penalty if you collected from trade outside of your capital, but we're not. That seems to be gone. See how I do have not the greatest trade power, but that's not because I have negative 50% or whatever. So moving the trade capital is probably not worthwhile. Actually, is it even... 327 dip? Seems like a lot. I'm really liking this extra little bit of money here. The Turkish Empire are basically doubling my net... my net income right now. While we run these advisors as well. It's been a while. Let's check on the subjects, since we know we don't have any pop-ups about them. 80%, 73%. There's a couple of them maybe I could try. We could spend some honor points again to like, try to get them to like us. But because they're not in the same culture group, they seem like they always say no. Send a letter to Montferrat and ask them for stuff. Okay, so we need Diplo points, military points. These poor Venetians, they don't get any money. I like how the largest trade power share in the node, pirates, makes privateers more efficient. So the more pirates I put here, the more efficient they get. Alright, let's go see if this state has enough money now. So, construct roads. Darn! They're like 2 ducats shy. Well, they're gonna pay for it, darn it. I'm not paying for it. I contributed 22,000 young men to this project. The 2 doors are on the rise. Okay, so they got through one of their problems. What's this Militia Act? The ruler is a general. One of the following must be true. He has to have 4 military skill, and we have to have leadership ideas completed. Then we can have permanent plus 2% discipline. We'll want to get that at some point. Use the 22,000 manpowers. Pave the road. There's our quartermaster. Don't want to pay for a level 2 guy. I also don't want to pay for nothing. We don't need a claim on Milan because we have our subject has a claim and a core. There's no reason to fabricate on him. And we still have 4 years till we can attack. August of 48. So 3 years, 3 months, roughly. And we're just kind of hoping that things kind of go well. I mean, Imperial authority is kind of on the rise. That part's nice. There is not evidently peace inside the Empire. I don't know. Oh. Speaking of the devil, there's a war right there. But I can't do anything about it while I'm in Regency. It's just nope. Nope. And I'm not a great power yet, so I can't use like great power intervention. We're like not even a quarter of the way to the holy crap. Ming has 6,751 population. Holy crap. I have 136. I have 136 times 10,000, right? So 10 would be 1 is 10,000, 10 is 100,000, 100 is a million. I have 1.36 million people in my country. This guy has... What? All right, I want to make sure I get this right. 6751 times 10,000. You guys got 67 million dudes? That's a lot of Chinese people. Still, it's a lot of Chinese people. They should send some of their food over here. All right, tech. It looks like we've got, wow. Base decay rate's higher than normal. It's at 6% instead of 5%. Scotland will cede Ross to Scandinavia. Yep. Scandinavia's gonna penetrating the British Isles there. England's losing his war against France. They actually have positive war score from battles, but no... How is it that the English aren't actually doing any blockades? They're just going to wait until they have no enthusiasm and peace out. Probably. I want to attack France using the Ottomans. It's going to take 30 years. So, someday, when my Regency Council's over in 30 years, maybe we can do that. This is going well. I'm getting the hang of the corruption, the court, and the education systems. They all make a lot of sense now. These guys are working their way. They canceled the subsidies. Damn. Good times are ending. Yes, let's check on the roads. Alright, negotiate for them to cover 25%. The fact that this option wasn't available up until now makes me think that they're going to pay not 25% of the remaining, but 25% of the initial. I hope. Could I actually have done, like, manpower 50%, 25% rural, 25% urban? Could I have covered it that way? That'd be amazing. Anyway, 32 diplo points? Sure. We have procured all of the necessary resources. Road construction has begun and will be completed in 5 years. Well, that's rather slow. $600 ducats to build a road in Les Mauras. 920 here. 587. actually pretty inexpensive to build a fort in Bob's backyard. Just sink more manpower into it. Cool. Alright, France, come on. It's not France's fault that I'm in a regency, but... Oh, interesting. We have the same dynasty as Aragon now. Barcelona. France is the same dynasty as the Castilians, which is kind of concerning. Looks like manpower is relative to your current amount. I don't think so. Because if it was related to the current amount, then the contribute manpower to effort, like, I can't do this cost. It seems to be a fixed amount. Like, this one's not even showing up. But when I go to build a fort, where the cost is much lower, I'm allowed to do 25% of the cost. I think it's taken the cost to determine the manpower amount. And if you have enough manpower, it shows you the 25, 50, or 75% options. I don't think that you can, like, get your manpower down to 0 and then just build 75% of the roads in every province or something. Although that is clever. Yes, France and Castile are the same dynasty. That happened a little while ago. It's not good. That means you can ally them for free. That's a good point. That means I have another alliance slot, don't I? At least I'm supposed to. We got the Turkish Empire as 1. Aragon is a second alliance. The base rate is 1 ally. In addition, for each level above or below the base court, rise each either +1 or -1 to this total. Diplotech gives more. If your total adds up to 0 or less, you cannot have any non-dynastic allies. You know what it might be? The heir is of that dynasty. The Regency is not of that dynasty. The Regency, technically, I think, has no dynasty. Does that make sense? I think that's what it is. Let's just say that that's what's happening, hopefully. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain it. England will renounce their claims on a province. What? So after all that, France pieces out for England to renounce their claims on a province. Impressive, France. You spent 10 favors to call Castile into this war, and that's what you did with it. Well done. Alright, August of 48. It's coming. It's coming. 2 years away. We're almost there. Stupid boy needs to grow up. I know it's trade protection, but still, it was just a stupid war in general. I mean, shouldn't he have, like, Reconquest? He's got Reconquest on Aquitaine. Wait, that's his subject. Wait a minute. There are no English provinces down here. Aquitaine is a... Okay, they're a vassal of England. Yeah, so France has cores on Aquitaine. He could have declared Reconquest on Aquitaine. Instead, he declared trade conflict. I think the simplest solution, since we can't trust the AI to make good decisions, is to just remove stupid Casus Bellis from the game. Because let's be honest. Come on, guys. Let's be honest. When was the last time you declared a trade conflict and it was better than any of the other options? Oh, okay. I accidentally let my court level decay. That's not good. You just barely slip. Ooh, you slip below it a lot faster than I thought. I will admit I've already forgotten what the specific benefits are to having that. Would have won it. It needs to be like a screen you can go to see the various levels, so you can actually decide, like, strategically, like, what level do I want to get to? Offer favors to the greater nobles. Another magnificent gift usually goes pretty well. It doesn't increase how often they want privileges. And it makes them loyal. We can now revoke another privilege from them. We have +2 stability somehow. So it's been 10 years apparently. Let's see what they are looking at. They have 4 privileges right now. These 4 privileges are causing a total of 0.14 greater noble corruption. Apparently Regency also increases corruption. Got -25% production efficiency in every province controlled. Taxes in every province. Partial tax exemptions. Let's get rid of the partial tax exemptions. Alright guys, cross your fingers. Only a 50% chance that we lose Stab. No chance of losing 2. It's a coin toss. Yeah! Yes! Yes! Much success. Great win. That's amazing. France no longer considers England to be a rival. Watch them rival me now. Please don't rival me. I will love you long time. I will improve with you non-stop. England has announced Aragon as their rival. Looks like England and I can't be friends anymore. 1 year to go. France rivaled the Ottomans. Isa gets reduced construction cost. Even those modifiers, I don't think it's a particularly good location to build. Where can I see the progress of this road? There it is. Building a road, February 1451. Roads, as we all know, take 5 years to build. That's how long it feels like anyway when they're building them on the highway. Province culture shifts. Culture in Castellana. Okay, so instead of being this one, it's going to switch to ours. Promote the previous cultural majority instead. Don't really know what triggered that, but cool. Roads, roads do a few things. They are going to give us... They can give us some advantages, but like one of the primary advantages that I'm looking forward to, aside from the communication efficiency, is the friendly movement speed plus 50%, hostile movement speed plus 25%. Like, it's a well-defended province. It's got five levels of fort. Wait, no, it doesn't. It's got 3 levels of fort? I didn't realize this, but did the French burn down my freaking fort? They did, didn't they? Or was I just thinking it was 5 because of the blockade? I think that maybe this is the highest level it was. We should build a better fort here, though. And the Turkish Empire have counter-rivaled France. So anyway, when the French come here, it's very difficult for them to siege because they usually don't have naval superiority. It's on the coast. It's got good defensiveness, and we want to be able to move around here a lot. And apparently, having high-quality roads connected to your capital is good. That's stuff. It was 5. I think they made it so local fortifications go away. I could have sworn I remember seeing 5 before, but I haven't updated it since last night. Why is it that no one's building local fortifications? Our court level has changed again. Good. Why did I lose the local fortifications then? Alright, we're in the final year of Regency. We've got, August. 6 months to go. Ugh. Yeah, I also have enough honor points to take tech. Whoa, holy crap. The freaking diplomat gives you an extra relationship slot? That's amazing. Sounds good, man. Sign me up. That's really good. In this case, yes, I am sad to have lost a fort. The fort that's adjacent to France, who is temporary. Not, see, he's hostile. Should have kept that royal marriage in place. So assuming that we are actually allowed to declare war right now, what would be... who would we be attacking? I would probably be looking to find out who's fighting up north. The burghers want privileges. No. So Meissen has declared war on Schwarzburg. I'm going to start improving with him and see if we can try to get that relationship high enough that we can intervene in this war and try to stop them from fighting. Want to keep as many princesses as we can and try to get internal peace in the empire. The Duke is dead! Well, we already have lots of legitimacy. What if we do this? We already have like all of our royal marriages, and we can't get a royal marriage with you, can we? Could risk the stability, but that seems silly. Let's just spend the money. We have a possibility of a personal union on monarch death. Succession war between Aragon and Savoy. No one is voting for me because they can't, because we have no heir. We need to get an heir, like, super quick. We're still the Emperor. We're about to pick up our personality trait. 2 years to go before we can take this tech without penalty. We're about to finally get military tech 14, which is pretty much right on time. It appears that our ruler is calm. We have uncertain succession. We gain piety, lose piety. I think we want to continue to try to lose piety. We're not particularly pious right now. Your faith is a private matter, sir. Form Italy? I don't remember seeing anything in here about forming Italy. Maybe? So technically, we have no truce. We're allowed to declare wars. Even this guy has claims now. We might as well attack somebody. Augsburg, Trent. There's an easy war. But do we want to get rid of the princes? I don't think so. I really just want to like pick apart Milan. So, alright, well that'll be the plan for the next time. At this point, I have been streaming now for 5 hours, 20 minutes, so I'm going to wrap it up here. Time for that weekend, I think. But yeah, I think good things have happened. We're very strong now compared to what we started off with. As far as like income goes, look at this. 9 ducats puts us on the front page. That's pretty freaking good, considering that a huge portion of your money ends up getting hidden by the estate. Some nations have 34% inflation. Wow. Plenty of nations have 3 stability. Naples is at -3. So is Lithuania. And that's painful, because they can't get rid of it. So despite having -3 stability, positive 12 unrest from that, he's actually fine. Well, he's so nuclear, like he's so focused in one area, that probably explains why. But if he had any kind of tendrils anywhere, like say the Ottomans maybe? Look at this, look at the autonomy map mode from his perspective. It's like a perfect little, like, we have autonomy in the center, we have low autonomy in the center, but the peripheral parts of our empire are really hard to manage. Cool. Okay, I have to take a break. I'm tired. I'll see you guys on the next stream or the next YouTube video, wherever you find me. Thanks as always for watching. I'll see you guys next time. See you soon.